what. I'm gonna start paying you to take German lessons so that you can scream at me in German.
I will immediately buy Mein Kampf. Let's see what we can get.
Okay, one.
It's
No, reel it in. Reel it in. Don't jump straight to that.
okay. The only German I know. Sorry, he's Austrian, isn't
I
it?
was gonna say, yeah, it's not even. Anyway, let me go announce the stream.
Yeah.
Alright, we did it. Let's do this shit. When we left off, you guys were right in the middle of combat. Let me drag you back over to that. I have briefly kind of caught Sochi up on what you guys missed. But also, feel free to fill him in yourself, because, you know, in character, he's been sick on the airship this whole time anyway. Until just this very moment, when jumping down into this tall shaft that is now partially filled with water and a weird water elemental floating down on her featherfall thing made by Gale, you see Yule joining the fight at the last second, floating down from above.
Oh my god.
Yule, as you kind of started feeling better on the ship, you decided to go follow them into the mausoleum and investigate and see what they were up to, and it seems you've showed up right at a big boss fight. You had to like jump down into this hole with your featherfall thing, where you can see that everybody is trying to kill this enormous watery dragon elemental thing. So if you want, go ahead and roll initiative, and then we'll get going.
Did you say anything?
I know. Are you here, Sochi?
I was concerned I couldn't hear
I
anyone.
was gonna say I don't think he hears us.
I honestly only hear you.
I'm still here, don't worry.
Okay, congratulations. You're on
I'm
call.
I am also here.
Okay, okay.
It's a party.
Yeah, were you saying something to me?
Yeah, did you not hear it? Go ahead and roll initiative.
Nope. I was not paying attention because I thought you guys were still talking about random stuff.
We're good. We're going. Let's do this. Roll initiative. In the meantime, we're going to pick up right where we left off, which is with the Hand of the Scion. This one is going to come down underwater, and it is going to freeze itself around this lock, which does trigger Nordo's held action.
To beat the ever-loving snot out of it, right?
Who's controlling Nordo?
I will for now, and then he's going to get violently sick after this fight.
He might reappear after. See, everyone's catching that sickness. I'm concerned.
Just going around.
Right?
Yeah. Also, look at Shu. He's got like,
He's
got
adorable.
look at him. He's so small.
He's a teeny tiny boy. And then I think he gets 2 swings, right? He's a barbarian.
Yeah.
Oh no, wait. Yeah, that's like a level 5 thing, but he gets like an offhand. I don't know. We'll stick with it. They both hit for 17.
Yeah. Well,
He
the
gets
second
off-
one has.
Yeah, second
that's
one is an
right.
unarmed attack.
Yeah, it's gotta be an unarmed though.
But you can kick as an unarmed, so.
Yeah.
Alright, that brings us to Flick. Flick. That's right, you're on the surface of the water. You can see this frozen hand is about 10 feet below you.
Okay. From what I know about magic, do I have a feeling if we beat the big thing, the hands will go?
Oh man. I'll never look on it.
I do not.
Who knows, man?
I'm just going to go ahead and keep shooting the hand then, because I've been doing this the whole time. I might as well keep doing.
Alright, chipping away.
At least you're consistent.
Yeah, 10 slams just a little bit off of like the knuckle of it. It's a glancing blow. It doesn't do any significant
You get a
damage.
second Eldritch Blast now.
Almost. You guys are going to
No.
level up after this fight.
Oh, gross.
Remember, we decided to do it in the middle of this session because it's a terrible idea.
Nice.
Yep. Anyway, any
Okay,
bonus
I'm
action?
done
All right. Well, the eye has seen what Vasu can do to it, and also Vasu is kind of dealt with for now. It's gonna float around,
Hey, that's what you think.
and it's gonna come over here, and it is gonna fire a couple rays of frost at Moat.
At who?
Moat. And by a couple, I mean 3. I think they all miss. Maybe the 17?
Nope, they all miss.
All right. That brings it to his turn, though. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. There's a lot going on here.
Am I restrained in this ice?
I
Or just
believe
grappled?
you are restrained if you were in the water when it froze.
Yeah, I think you mentioned like chin deep for me.
Yeah, so you can still breathe, but you are restrained. He's gonna.
But
use
I'm
his
also
action.
like right next to Moat, who is on fire.
That's
and
true.
melting everything around.
He has melted his own space. He could potentially like move into your space to start melting it if you wanted. For now, though, the Scion is going to reach into his skull and pull out another eye and throw it.
Where's he getting all these from?
He's just making them, man. And it pops out over here. That does bring it to Nomad, who is currently restrained.
He does have 2 eyes and 2 hands. He's like just a head right now in the eye. And then you see like his weird floaty glass-like weapons just attack. I ignore the 4th one.
The middle one does hit for 8 damage.
Yeah. And then, oh, his sheet is closed for some reason. Open that up real quick. See what I can do with my action. Can I break free from the eye? This is an action.
You can. Let me go double check and see what that
That's-
is. I think
would
it
it
is an
take
athletics check.
Ooh, I'm not good at those. So instead, I shall just attempt these. This is... Oh, these are only somatic, damn. Oh, this one's fine.
Ooh, that'll work. Alright, intelligence saving throw.
It's only 2 damage.
Okay. Still though, he takes 2 damage, and he has to subtract a d4 from everything he does. Or from saving throws, anyway. The important shit.
The first saving throw it takes.
Alright. At the end of your turn, he really doesn't like Moat. He's going to lash out at Moat with a water tendril and try to pull Moat over to him.
Why doesn't he like me?
Hey, he's touching you. He gonna get on fire.
Ooh, 11.
He wishes
is a
he could
big
touch
old
me.
miss, yeah. Okay, that'll bring us over to Nordo, who's just going to keep wailing on this hand, and this time he gets the full round, which I believe is a battle axe, and then 2 unarmed strikes.
Should just be one.
That's
Yeah,
right.
unless
he
he's
doesn't
using
do
key.
Key point.
That's right. Does he have any key? No, he is out. None of that shit. Still though, 14 and 13 both hits for 12 and a half of 7. Or sorry, all of 7. He's just ripping away at these hands. Elise looks around. Everybody's still in pretty good shape here, right? Yeah, everyone's in good shape. She's going to try to
Yeah.
break free.
She can do it.
She struggles and struggles, and you can hear the ice around her starting to crack, but she is not able to pull herself entirely free. Which brings us to Moat.
Okay. I am just going to flame blade the big guy.
All right. Uh, 13 does connect, and it starts to boil where you slash through.
And then this eye down here takes 5 when it jumps over.
Ooh, okay.
Oh wait, he takes 10 because I have my mantle up.
Hell yeah. Yes, another 10. Or just 10.
10 total.
Gotcha, okay. Alright, yeah. This lash of fire kind of boils its way through this dragon's chest, and then over to the eye, and you can see it starts to bubble, and the surface of it kind of becomes unstable. Anything else?
I believe that is it.
Alright, Yule, you land with a gentle splash in the water. You have no idea what's going on, but everybody's fighting this big thing.
Perfect. I immediately roll my health because I feel a lot more healthy than I did.
Alright.
Alright, I will pull some pop rocks out of my bag and throw it at, since they automatically dissolve in water, so.
Awesome. Where are you throwing it? It's what, a 10-foot cube?
I think it's a 10-foot like radius spear or something, or sphere.
I always get Shatter wrong. I always confuse it with Thunder Wave. Is it a 10-foot radius sphere? You're right.
Thunderwave is 15-foot cube.
There you go. Throw that shit where you want.
Can I tell, since I just got down here, if the Scion, Eye of the Scion is evil or nice?
It seems to be made of the same thing as this big watery thing. It's probably evil.
Okay.
You also saw it just attack moat.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I didn't know if I, like, just dropped down or if I was, like, here.
Yeah. You saw some stuff coming down.
You were doing like the Mary Poppins fall, so I think you got a few turns of combat to watch.
Exactly.
Perfect.
Alright. Let's see. Scion first. He has a minus D4 to this save. Doesn't need it. And then the eye. Likewise, doesn't need it, so they both take 16 damage. There's just a burst of salty water that kind of sprays across all the walls. This eye is actually nearly gone. Alright, any bonus action?
No.
Alright. Having found a new threat, it's going to use its legendary to lash out at you.
No.
16?
Yes.
Alright. So you take 12 bludgeoning, and you are pulled into it, and are unable to breathe. You're grappled and restrained.
I'm almost dead. Hooray.
Alright, that brings us to Gale.
This changes things. I guess I'll shoot it in its watery dick.
Alright. Shoot it right in the watery dick. Oh no!
An episode title. It has advantage.
You do have advantage. 11 unfortunately does still miss. There, where you thought there might be a watery dick, there is none.
It's also a 12.
12? It's still off by 1.
Did I say 12? I meant 13.
13 would hit. Alright.
Toto will then... I guess he'll just attack.
I believe, no. He's having trouble keeping up in the water.
Good
Her
shit.
rolls are terrible. Also,
Uh,
note for Nord, he definitely did use his battle axe because that's a story thing.
oh yeah, that's a very good point.
Quarterstaff.
It's a
was
quarterstaff.
used by-
He used a quarterstaff.
Yeah.
Okay, Lair, he is going to try to slam the platform down a bit. There are currently 2 hands freezing it. Oh my god. Okay, so it moves up 20. For a brief moment, you can hear all the gears and engines that operate this lift pull it. The water recedes, leaving this block of ice that is just being lifted on the platform. And it kind of breaks free of everything for just a brief moment. But then he slams his arms back down, and the entire thing just rocks and creaks 40 feet straight down, putting it 30 feet underwater again. And that brings us to Ace.
Are you able to dual wield with the rapier, or is it not light?
Not without the dual wielder feat. Yeah, they're not light
All right,
weapons.
then I'm going to pull my bow back across my back and pull out 2 daggers, and I'm going to main action and bonus action. I'm just gonna like dive underwater and just like stab him into him with like a spin attack, like a little like spiral spin.
Sick. Kind of like those weird, what are they called? Kingfishers? Whatever the birds are that dive underwater?
Yeah,
I think that's right. Yeah.
Yes, 19 is good for 17. So you dive down with 1 dagger at the ready, kind of doing the spiraling screwdriver. And as you get down, you find it's almost like you run into an invisible something. And you jam your weapon into it, and as you do, there's almost like this fleshy give to it, like you found a watery organ or a heart of some sort. And you can feel all of the water around you kind of condense around you, like it's trying to just compress and squeeze and push you out. You jam the dagger back in, and there is an eruption of water that shoots you straight up about 40 feet out of the water and into the air. And then the entire room just explodes into a mist as the entire dragon bursts. And then you land with a splash back in the water. And shortly after it pops, you see one eye pops, and then the other eye pops, and then both of the hands just kind of crumble into chunks of ice that float up to the surface of the water and begin to boil away. And with no remaining pressure on the lift, after another minute or 2, it does rise back up out of the water and to carry everybody upwards.
Okay, I just like to imagine that as I'm falling down, I like Angry Bird dive bomb and like dive and grab Yule and just like pull her over so she's so that the platform pulled up so she's not just.
Absolutely, you're able to kind of grab her and get her to the side before she gets sucked under. But with that,
the ice is gone too, right?
The ice is gone too. There are a few moments where you hear just this burbling, churning water as it gets lower and lower. You kind of hear like running a hose or emptying out a bottle. The sound of the water just emptying out until it goes down and down and down, way off into the distance, and eventually just kind of drips free of the tunnel. And you can see way, way down the ocean once more with a little bit of sunlight peeking through.
We did it.
We did it, everyone.
Well, that's that.
Do we level up now?
Yes, so this is where everybody levels up. Feel free to do anything that you haven't done already. Roll for health if you need it. And then you guys can kind of level up and decide what you would like to do from here.
I go over to make sure that Nomad's okay.
Okay, this first one's a test roll.
Alright. That's a good test roll.
Okay, this one's the real roll.
Alright, I believe.
I got a 3, so
Excellent.
Did you just have that sitting and waiting, or what? That was very instant.
Oh, that was for the fight.
Are you planning my failure?
No, this was for the fight. I just imagine that pop up after we pop the thing. Nomad is like brushing little bits of frost off his shoulders. It's very casual.
How are his torches?
My torches. Yes. Are they on the platform?
Give me a luck check to see how many of your torches made it.
Oh no! Luck check.
There are still 2 torches that did not get sucked down by the whirlpool, so you have 2 ever-burning, dim, sickly green torches.
There are 2 out of however many I took.
Yeah, I think there were like 9 total.
I imagine there was like 8. I probably can't carry that much more.
6, 8. Yeah, you're right. It was 8. 6 of them are down in the drink somewhere. They've gone to Davy Jones' locker.
Does Shu still have one?
If she was carrying one, then yes, she still has one.
She saved one.
You can't have it. I saw it voiced.
I pick up the 2 remaining torches and like, look, 2 remain.
Those are useless.
They provide light, do they not?
Oh, really?
On their way up, can I pick up like 6 more torches?
Yes, you can.
Yay! Can I hold a torch in each tentacle?
That tin is for you, Yule.
Mm.
Who's good at the Nordo voice? God knows I'm not.
Zeke's pretty good at it.
Oh, that's a good point. If only he was here. At this point, Nordo starts talking about how he's a little bit woozy, and he think he's got a little bit of whatever Vasu and Yule had.
You're related. I'm sure you can do the same voice.
Oh no, I don't do accents.
He's got sea madness.
He's got a little bit of ocean madness going on.
See, man, he needs to like rest. He starts like just doing whatever it is.
He starts frothing at the mouth. He's feral.
Start giving him like little twigs and stuff to bite on. Like, here, is he a snapping turtle? I don't remember what kind of turtle he is.
I think
They like lettuce. I give him lettuce.
Here, lettuce.
I imagine he is mildly offended by all of this, but also probably
He's also
appreciates
literally
it.
just got here. He's literally here now.
Oh, is he here now? There he is. He might be listening.
Moat's force feeding you lettuce.
I have to tell you all, during that fight, I had some explosive diarrhea.
Okay,
Oh.
it's okay. The water flushed it down like a giant toilet.
I mean, I'm glad to hear that, but I think I better head back to the ship. I'll meet y'all.
Literally, you
For
showed up
telling.
just in time because we were trying to send you back to the ship because you were sick and dying.
He's still sick and dying.
For the record, if he's actually
yeah.
here, then he doesn't have to be sick.
I think he came to tell us that he's leaving.
Right, I think so too.
He's dedicated, professional.
Yeah, anyway, with that, as you guys kind of collect yourselves and sit on this lift, as
You cut out.
What? Why would it cut out? That's weird. Anyway, as you guys kind of sit and collect yourselves and ride for a good 5 minutes or so, back up to the top, you can hear water dripping down off of the platform still. You do notice, Moat, as you go back up, that there are more of these invisible passageways that light up on your way up in the radius of your torch. But eventually, it does reach the top. It kind of clicks into place, and you can see the single exit leading south, back out towards the front of the mausoleum, where you had found the dead bodies before.
Like exits like this one?
Yeah, you see more like glowing spots on the wall that are about the same size. You imagine there are probably, more rooms kind of like that, maybe, possibly.
I mean, do we want to loot this mausoleum?
Yes.
Absolutely.
I mean, we're here.
I mean, it's a mausoleum. You
Not
guys
as simple.
You guys do you.
What are mausoleums for? They're for storing undead.
Typically,
The idea
typically
is
for
that
the
they're
dead.
supposed to stay dead. It's like a
Oh.
peaceful sort of resting place.
Well, unfortunately, this place is no longer at peace. Whatever we do now will not disturb anyone.
You afraid of
Considering
ghosts?
they're all walking around and attacking people.
Did Elise level up with us? Oh my god.
She
I'm
better
so
not have. Get that DMPC out of here.
What is this?
Don't say that. She's our only healer.
You guys have like 2 or 3 real healers. You can tell her to fuck off at any time.
That's a lie.
Also, she's probably the bad guy.
No.
I can only hope.
She's the only girl in the group. We can't kick her out. Aside
That-
from you.
I was gonna say.
Yule is literally a girl.
Yeah, but a functioning girl.
Isn't Shu also a girl? Didn't you say she earlier? Or is that
No.
a misspeak?
She's a boy.
Okay, I swear you said she earlier. I'm just making sure.
I'm a kobold.
Yeah. Kills a kobold.
You are
Gross.
you literally. So are we looting this place?
Yes. If you guys aren't, I am.
Okay.
Come on, Gale, let's go looting.
Let us begin with all these fancy colored torches.
Well, Ace, that passageway is not there anymore because you guys are back up at the top level. Right now, the only
said
passage.
Right.
Right now, currently the only thing that's lit up is this south wall.
I thought you said there was some on our way up.
Yeah, as you passed by, like as the elevator's going up, you passed by several more. But
You
like,
think I'm not going to stop the elevator?
so
We don't know how.
right.
You pull the lever.
So as you like try to time it, and you go over to the lever to like push it back into place, you push it back into place, but it continues to go upwards.
I'm pretty sure that we
Lame.
need to change the name to the name of whoever was buried in those other spots.
That would-
That would make a lot of sense.
So instead of doing that like sensible people, why don't we just go down? One of us jumps in, grabs the shit, and then we jump back out whenever the elevator comes back up.
Because you
Why
can't
would-
see through the wall to know the elevator's coming.
So
Yeah, you can. My torch.
But you can't. Oh, true.
No, you're actually correct. The torch reveals like a light on the wall, but you don't actually see through it into the hole. It just makes like
Gotcha.
a glowing spot on the wall that you can step through.
Could be spikes through there.
What if
Well,
we send the elevator back down, and then I just like carry the torch down there and fly around and look for the walls? Someone could come with, obviously.
Or
but
perhaps
you don't want to loot this place.
I don't want to do any of the looting, but I will help with the looting.
I think that makes you an accomplice, and it's basically as bad as just looting it yourself.
if it helps you feel any better, I think anything we take out of here will help this place be better than
Look.
it was.
I'll tell you what. I'll do all of the looting because I'm already cursed anyways. And what are they gonna do? Smite me again?
Wait, you're already cursed?
I mean, he grew feathers.
He did.
I don't think Kobold is supposed to do that.
Did I roll for this already?
Oh god, I don't remember.
I don't
I
remember.
don't think we ever told Nomad.
Yeah, that's the thing.
We-
Now I'm learning.
I think
of
we
it
told
now.
the lease, and he was really upset.
Yeah. So, like, do I feel like, as a religious person,
Give
I'm
me,
not religious.
give me religion or arcana.
Make me level 6 and I'll give you Arcana. Here's my religion.
Sure. You've heard of like people who take cursed gold and get weird curses. Sometimes they become undead, but they can no longer enjoy the pleasures of life, or sometimes it changes their body. Sometimes the gold itself starts to become a destructive force, catching on fire. Yeah,
And sometimes they just grow feathers, right, and nothing else.
maybe. It seems. You would know that a lot of the time the curse is related to whatever entity it belonged to.
Bast is a goddess of change. So Gale is changing into some sort of bird creature.
He hasn't grown any new feathers since we pulled them out.
Oh, that's probably fine. It's probably because he only took an arm. Had you taken an entire statue, perhaps you would have changed completely.
So are we
Become
looting
an-
or going back to the ship?
Yeah, can we not talk about this? Let's just get the gold and get out of here.
This is the perfect place to talk about this, since we are doing exactly the same thing that you have done. Almost like it's a cursory tale of
Alright,
What's
I go
the-
and I pull the lever.
All right.
Wait for a light to start glowing, and I jump in.
All right, yeah. It starts going down, and you kind of get ready for the first light to show up. And it does over on the west side. And you run over there real fast and try to jump into it. You're pretty speedy. Give me a dexterity check real quick. Or acrobatics, either one's fine. Oh, easy peasy. You are ready for it, and it pops up on the wall right next to you. Go ahead and give me a D5. Give me a D5. Okay. You pop through this hole, and you're greeted by another very similar chamber. This one, though you can tell right away, appears to have been pretty significantly caved in. There's a lot of just rubble on the far wall. You do see as you look down that there is a skeleton that is resting on a little stone table. That's what you can see from up here. Ace, yeah, what's up?
I was just gonna have a conversation with Nomad while this was going on. I
Gotcha.
can wait until he's finished.
Okay, yeah, we'll finish looting first real quick.
Yeah, I jump down and I start gathering stuff up.
Alright, you take a look around. You do find that there's a little footlocker chest. It is currently locked, but it doesn't look like a particularly solid lock. There is also a set of fine clothing that is kind of set underneath the bones. Probably worth a little bit. And you find 4 or 5 really nice candles that are set out around the skull. That appear to be... they appear to have been lit once, but they're mostly new. They're new, and they look pretty fancy.
I don't really care about the candles, but I will grab the clothes and I'll just kind of pull them out like somebody trying to do the tablecloth trick, but being bad at it.
Sure. Yeah, a couple of them kind of roll off the side, clatter.
If you're looting, you loot everything. You don't just take
Okay.
part of it.
I don't want any fucking candles. I'm here for gold.
I mean, you can
But
sell the candles for gold, or they might have gold in them. You don't know how candles work.
I know how candles work. I am a man of science.
But what if at the bottom of the candle they put a gold coin in it for some reason?
Well, then why don't you get your ass in here and do it yourself?
Fine.
I will kick open the lock chest and try and see what's in there.
Yeah, easy enough. Your thieves' tools are really good. You crack it open, and you do find there is a little glass vial that has some perfume in it that looks very fancy. You can see that there are some personal effects. There appears to be a diary with just some final mementos. There are a couple of paintings of what appears to be a human man with a couple of daughters and a wife. And then you find this really, really, really nice, expensive-looking harmonica.
Huh. Well, I'll grab the harmonica and the perfume. I will leave the diary because that's personal property and I would feel bad about that. I will spritz the bones with the perfume a little bit because they smell a little, and then I will head out.
All
And
right.
then I'll just head back up and I'll kind of yell, kind of at the party, just, all right, somebody tell me when it's okay to jump out of this place.
Alright, so the rest of the party, which is like probably about 200 feet down at this point, hears faintly Gale's voice from way, way up above. Probably Nordo or Vasu or somebody with the higher perception. You guys have kind of hit the bottom and are ready to flip the lever whenever you want to go up.
Okay, instead of riding the elevator up and down like 4 more times, I'm just gonna fly up and grab him.
Okay, easy enough.
All right, buddy.
Was
lead us
that
to
the only
next
one?
No, so you can, like, you definitely passed by a few more on the way down.
Oh, I probably would have jumped into one myself then if that's a possibility then.
Sure, go ahead and give me acrobatics.
I want to do one too. You guys.
Me too.
Ace, you kind of wait for one to pop up, and you see one way across the way, and you run over to it and try to get to it, but by the time you get there, it's a little too slow. But then you see behind you, there's another one that was about to come up. You run over to it, and you're a little bit too slow. But then finally, on the third one, you're able to catch one that pops up, like, right next to you. Go ahead and give me a D4. And then, Vasu, you head up, you can grab Gale easy enough and kind of lift him back down. Or you guys can try to find another one. Notably, without Moat's torch, it just looks like solid wall. You can try to, like, remember where you spotted one before if you wanted.
Can I have rolled to do one myself?
Yeah, that's
On the way
fine.
down?
Go and give me
Can I
acrobatics.
do it as well?
Sure, Flick and Vasu, go and give me acrobatics. Perfect. And same deal. Flick kind of gets the last one. So Vasu, go and give me a D3.
While this is going on, can I, with some chalk, just mark the places where, like, anything appears?
Sure, go ahead and you're gonna have to do the same thing because you have to, like, run over real quick
Yeah.
while it's still visible. But give me an acrobatics or acrobatics check. Okay, so Vasu 2 and Flick gets the remainder. Okay, this is fun. This is good. Yeah, easy enough. You kind of are able to, intelligently predict and remember where each one is going to be, and then you kind of run over real quick and put a little chalk X over each one. Or rather, right next to each one, because you can't draw on it yet. Anyway, let me grab this real quick before I forget.
Trying to make it easier for people.
All right, let's go and do these in order then, from top to bottom on the map. Vazu, you are able to find yourself in what appears to be a totally clean, open, unused chamber. You look down, you see that there's a stone altar ready to go, but there's no bones on it. No name has been, like, carved into the little front thing. You don't see any other belongings in here. It looks to be just totally open and empty.
Sorry, you're kind of cutting out a little bit. I heard it's a big open room with an altar, but there aren't any bones or any names or anything anywhere.
Yeah,
Anything
like,
else?
it looks
Oh,
like
okay.
it looks like all the others, but it looks totally empty, unused. You don't see anything in here.
Alright. Vasu's gonna kind of walk in very slowly with his hands in his pockets. Just kind of looking around. I'm not gonna actually, like, touch anything yet.
All right.
But it kind of doesn't sound like there are any chests or boxes or anything to
Yeah, you
think about poking around in anyway.
I guess give me an investigation check.
Can Shu help?
Yeah, she would be able to help with this. Yeah, you take a real good look around, and you just get the impression that this is a chamber that's waiting for somebody that hasn't come here yet. It just seems to be unused and empty and, ready to be used.
Okay. Vasu kind of actually, like, breathes a sigh of relief. Then he'll kind of just head back out.
Yes, I'm not a
Like-
grave robber.
Guys, I found an empty one.
Oh, that's excellent. If anyone finds any reading materials, please bring them to.
That brings us down to Ace for the next one. Ace.
Also, inspiration.
Oh,
I think
great.
it's moat and ace, but I already
Yeah.
have it.
Let me go grab that real quick, just in case it comes in handy. Oh my god, that's a big tie. I'm in the wrong channel, that's why it's a tie. Yeah, Moot and Ace. And if you guys already have it, you guys can give it to somebody else.
Who does not have inspiration?
I do not.
Nor do I.
And that was Vasu and Flick.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm gonna give it to Vasu.
Well, thank you.
Alright, Vasu and Moat then. Jumping down to Ace. Ace, you find yourself in another one of these chambers, just like all the others. You can see that it has a little bit of damage over time. There's this big... honestly, it looks almost like an enormous claw mark, but you can't imagine how anything that big would have gotten in here. But it's just this section of the stone that has been torn through. You do see that on this altar there is a body that has been wrapped in linens. There are no exposed bones or anything like that. But you do see that it is surrounded by 4 candles around the skull, or around the head that's been covered. And there appears to be just the body, and an inscription on the nameplate that reads... Edison Nwallen.
I'm gonna check at the foot of it to see if there's a hidden compartment in this one too.
Yeah, you check the foot, and just like all the others, or just like the one that you saw before, there is a hidden compartment. You pull it open, and you find that there is a small pouch that contains what appears to be a set. Well, it's a leather pouch, and you can tell it has like 6 or 7 small, heavy objects in it. They kind of like clack and clatter. It sounds like metal of some sort, but not coins.
I guess I'll open it up and take a look.
You open it up, and inside you find what appears to be a very nice, fine set of dice that are made of this very bright, almost silvery metal. Just crystal clear, even after however long it's been stored in here. And I believe you've seen Mithril before. I think there's some on Gale's weapon? Either way, they're Mithril. It's a set of Mithril dice.
Nice. Do they feel magical at all?
You kind of put one in your palm and you kind of like run it around to see if it vibrates or hums or anything like that. It doesn't. You can get it identified to be sure, but it doesn't immediately pop out as magical.
Alright, can I also investigate this claw mark?
Sure. Give me an investigation check.
Critical for a 26.
Interesting. Okay, give me a second. So as you take a closer look, you start to see some... I don't even know enough about geology to know how this would make sense to you. But one way or another, you get the impression that this was formed by a water leak that froze and unfroze and refroze and unfroze several times over the years, eventually just forcing this stone apart.
Is there anything in it? Like, does it lead anywhere?
It doesn't seem to. It seems to be. It's kind of clean right at the surface, but then farther in, it gets narrower and narrower, and it appears to just be rock that has been split over time by ice that is frozen and unfrozen several times over the years.
Is there like any leaks above me? Like any like other damage to this
Yeah.
area that looks like where water could have come from?
You do see that there is, like the top half of it is a little bit moist, like maybe there's some sort of a leak or something that lets water in slowly. Again, you're several hundred feet above sea level, but, you know, there's water.
Gotcha. And nothing else in the room?
Nothing else that you found.
Anything like around the body other than just the candles?
Just the
Or
candles.
are the candles, are they just normal candles? Do they look like strange colors? Any markings on them?
They're kind of like this dark red color. They look like they've been lit once, probably for some sort of ceremony, and then not really touched ever again. They smell really nice, and they're mostly, they're like new. They look nice. Like, I don't know if you're a candle expert, but they look like nice candles.
All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to light all of them.
Okay.
And I'm going to pull out this little poem I wrote, which I will post in the chat.
All right. You do notice as you light each one by one, they do burn a lot brighter than you would expect.
Perfect. I then light this. I light this poem on fire, and I say a little prayer to Coralyn. And ask him for some guidance.
Are you proficient in religion?
I am.
Ooh. Give me a charisma check with your proficiency, like a charisma religion check.
Fuck me. Okay. So would I
Need
just
help.
add? Oh wait, I have inspiration. I might have to use that. How do I make a proficiency with something I'm not proficient in then?
Just
Or
go
charisma.
temporarily. Are you proficient in persuasion? Because it's the same roll. Or deception.
I'm pretty.
There we go. Okay. All right, you take a moment to light all these candles, and again, they burn a lot brighter, and you're immediately greeted by this kind of. It kind of has a fall-like smell to it. There's just this little hint of spice. There's this very strong kind of pine smell, but behind that, there's a little bit of this like fruity note. And you take a moment and you take a deep breath, and you kind of read this prayer that you've prepared for Coralyn. And a couple minutes go by where not much really happens, and you kind of just listen and you wait to see if anybody else has found anything, or if the lift is going up or down, or if you get any sort of response for this. And there really isn't any sort of response.
Cool beans. Then I'll just wait by the door until it's time for my turn to get off.
All right.
But I do leave the candles lit.
Okay. Good to know. That brings us down to Flick. Sorry, go ahead.
Like, if you leave candles lit, it risks a fire.
It's stone.
Flick.
Fair.
As you
Yep.
step into this chamber and you look down, the very first thing that you are greeted by is a veritable horde of gold and silver and platinum coins that are literally just piled up around this stone altar. It's hard to tell at first glance how much it is, but it is a fuckload. It is a fuckload of gold and silver and platinum coins. You do see that there is some sort of body on the stone altar. It appears to be clothed from here in this very fine red velvety robe. And he's got kind of like these slippers on. And from up here you can only see the bottom half of the body. But there is, there's a body on the altar and a fuckload of gold coins.
Alright. I'm gonna make my way down slowly, because this burn's been weird so far, and I don't want to die in a room by myself with a weird body, if it's possible.
Alright. Yeah, as you make your way around, you can see that there is a body on the altar, but it's kind of short, probably halfling, maybe even gnome, but probably halfling. It's about the right size for a halfling. And it is still fully dressed in these red velvety robes and slippers. His arms are kind of folded over his chest. He's got like a little nightcap or a hood of some sort that goes up. But you can see now, the body is not like super decomposed. You can see there's still some flesh. It looks dead. It looks a little gray, kind of pallid, but it's not like skeletal, and it hasn't really decomposed very much. And you can also see, written in common on the nameplate over the overhang, are the words Beetle McLee.
Oh, okay. So you're that guy.
From here, you can also see that there are a number of small paintings that have been put on frames on the altar all around him. And his arms folded over his chest are clutching at what appears to be a staff. It is kind of this dark red wood with a lot of gold filigree. And some sort of a glass orb at the top of it.
I'm gonna take a look at the paintings.
All right. So are you doing it from like the safety of the stairs, or are you stepping onto this pile of gold and coins and stuff?
I'm being cautious, so I'll do it from the stairs, then maybe poke it just to make sure it's not trapped or something first.
Sure. Give me a perception check. You take a look at all of these different paintings, and it's like 8 or 9 small portraits of the same guy, who appears to be this halfling with like this bright, wild, curly red hair, this enormous nose that looks completely out of place on a halfling. And they seem to kind of escalate in age over time. There's one where he's just a little kid, one where he's a little bit older, one where he's probably in his 30s, and you can see he's drawn in that one with a woman. There's another one in the 40s with him and the same woman. And then another one, he looks older and it's just him. And then another one probably in his late 70s. One more and he's got to be at least 90, 95 in that one. And then, yeah, that's it. It's just like 6 or 7 little portraits of him.
Alright, not interested in taking those then. Those seem more personal than piles of gold. With my perception check, does it seem like the floor is just going to give out if I look under this gold or something?
With the same, I mean, you don't see any obvious traps. No, you don't see like any mechanisms. The floor looks solid and stable. There isn't a lot of like decay in here. In fact, this room seems a little bit cleaner than the one that you were in. A little bit less dusty. It almost has kind of like a perfumed smell to it.
Okay, I'm going to reach over and grab just 1 platinum and then jump back on the stairs.
Okay, you reach over and you grab 1 platinum, and you jump back onto the stairs. And as soon as you kind of step back and take a listen to make sure that nothing weird is going on, you hear a crack, and then a creak, and another couple of cracks. And you start to see one of his feet twitch. One of the body's feet starts to like twitch in his little slipper. And it starts to like slowly kind of lift its torso up.
Nope. Throw the coin at its face.
All right, you throw the coin at its face. You
kill it?
Give me an attack roll.
Just a straight roll then.
Sure, yeah, dexterity with proficiency.
160 damage. Come on. It's platinum.
Oh god, that's not very good.
Smacks him right in the forehead. There's a little bit of a little plink, and he just falls back onto his back and crosses his arms back in front of his chest and doesn't move. Everything goes kind of quiet again.
But I don't like that. I'm gonna go over to the door, well, the hole, and wait for them to come back. I don't want to do this alone. It seems like he doesn't want me taking any of his stuff.
Alright, easy enough. You kind of poke your head out, and you can see they're down there a good ways, but you guys can call back and forth to each other. And Vasu has kind of finished searching his, so he's like flying around the middle, kind of waiting to help people get in and out.
Yeah, I'm flying around. I'm messaging because I think it the range on that actually just got increased.
It
as we
did. I think
leveled
it's
up,
300
too?
feet now.
Yeah. So everybody suddenly just hears Vasu like calling out to them in their head. Hey, you guys find anything cool? You gotta tell me if you found something cool.
I found a fuckload of stuff, but I think the dead guy doesn't want me to take it yet.
One moment. How many of these places have I marked now?
So you've marked, going up and down a couple times now, you've probably marked like 6 or 7. Several of which have already been explored by the others, but there's 2 or 3 unexplored.
Cool. While we're going up and down, I would like to cast this. This is my once per day. I can cast this with mana, but I'm just gonna use my free use of.
Yeah, okay. Interesting. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Whenever I'm close to these like openings and all, I'm walking around the platform. I'm like checking to see if any of these pig.
Okay. You kind of make your rounds doing this to see if anything pings up. The first thing that you get is that this entire place is definitely magically consecrated. And then I'm going to whisper you some things.
Oh boy.
Yeah. There you go. Have fun.
Have fun.
I remember my first divine sense.
Ooh, actually, hang on. There's
Yeah, keep
one
going.
more. Hang on.
So wait, this follows? Or is it just in this space?
It says it lasts up to 10 minutes, so I would assume it'd follow you. Otherwise, that's silly.
No, not the spell. I'm asking about the thing I detect.
Oh.
Yeah, it you know, as it moves, it moves. For all of the above.
Is no one in this party Ooh. Gale is my one hope. Gale and you.
Do we have one of
That's
everything?
Wait, Yule isn't ringing up?
Oh no, sorry. Yule is absolutely ringing undead.
She doesn't have 30 things following her. The
No.
spirits of the damned.
I'm surprised as you are.
Maybe.
I'm really
Yeah,
interested
tell
to
me.
hear what might be ringing up for me because I can't
No, you're fine. I
Okay. think. Did I get cursed too?
Oh, right.
Oh fuck!
Oh, you have something for him.
No,
You need.
no, we're
Okay,
still good. We're
make
still
a
good.
list of all the parties and then just put in the side note what I detect.
No, we're good. We're good. I think we're good.
Okay. Are you sure no aberration in that?
It doesn't detect aberration. Oh, it does. Yeah,
It does.
you detect a little bit from your own space.
Oh, okay. I detect as aberration.
Yeah, you ring up as a little bit aberration.
That makes sense.
Oh, and also you would get whatever the fuck Vasu chose for Shu. I think you went with Faye.
Oh, I
Is
get
that
to
right?
pick?
Yeah.
I didn't know I got to pick. Yeah, probably Faye.
Yeah.
Hey.
Unless I can make him an elemental. Can I make him a fire owl?
Um.
Come on, he's gonna have 1 HP either way.
Oh boy, give me a DC 17 persuade the DM check. Just a flat D20.
Do I have to roll Vasu's persuasion for
So
that?
a
But
luck
it's,
check?
It's not even a real persuasion check. It's just a straight D20. You got a 1 in 5 chance here. Nah,
Aw.
it's got to be Faith.
Can I give him
Can I-
inspiration?
Yeah, it's a D20 check.
He has inspiration.
You can burn it if you want.
I don't know if I want to use mine on this though. But if someone
Do
else
it.
wants to use it,
I mean, if you do it, it's permanent.
It is a permanent thing. This is your only shot at doing it.
You can always get more inspiration, but you can't get this opportunity. And missed opportunities hurt more.
It's not meant to be.
just a plain old owl, huh?
I mean, he's still a celestial fiend or fae. That's pretty not plain.
Nothing plain about you, thank you very much.
Can he
But
be a
also-
fiend?
He could be, I think that's an option, right? Yeah. It's,
You know what? I buy
You
it.
just said it.
Yeah, he's a fiend
Yeah.
now.
Cool.
Huh.
I imagine he actually has tiny little horns.
Yes, I love it. Does he have like the
Where
big,
the fire
horned owl.
comes from?
does he have the big chunky like bad guy eyebrows?
Yes.
Perfect.
I say, like, you know, Flick, there is an undead in the room you just left.
I'm still in here with it, I think.
Yeah, you guys are yelling up and down to each other. Flick is like probably 80 feet above the platform right now.
Vasu came and got me. If you look at the notes, he took me to his empty room to help
Yeah,
check the
flew
hidden
him back
compartment.
up there.
Okay, yeah, you check the compartment. You do find that there are, in that secret compartment, just some oils and burial supplies, just like some embalming tools, some spices. Altogether, they're probably worth like a gold if you find a buyer.
Can I slide a hand like one piece of gold into it, just so that Vasu can find some gold?
Sure. Go ahead and give me a sleight of hand against his passive.
Do I have advantage because I'm in darkness?
He
I'm
would
being
have,
sneaky,
uh,
and don't benefit from darkness.
Sure, and Vasu, you don't have dark vision, do you? I don't think Eric
Nope.
do. Then yeah, it's whatever his
Doesn't
passive is
matter.
minus 5, which means a 9. His passive is... Oh yeah, it's perfect. You're
Yeah,
good.
my passive is 14.
Yeah, so it's a tie, which means nothing changes, which I guess means Vasu doesn't see you do it. So yeah, Vasu, there's a single gold coin in this shelf.
You were right, little guy. There's loot in this here secret compartment. Shoot, go grab that for me. Still keeping my hands deep in
Grab
my
it
pocket,
yourself!
not touching anything. I'm gonna send Shu over to.
Kill yourself!
Shu does it.
And then- and
because
then-
Shu
and then,
knows
yeah, I
that
probably-
Ice put it there.
Yeah, and then I probably have to spend a good while convincing him to give it to me.
Like, get your own, it's mine! You also could just poof them out of existence, pick up the gold coin, and then poof them back into existence.
That's so mean.
Pretty cruel.
I barter with him. I offer him 2 sunflower seeds for it.
Ooh. Alright, at this point, everyone's regrouped except for Gale, who's hanging out in his chamber, and Ace, or sorry, not Ace, Flick, who's waiting in his chamber. And I think
Did
Gale's
the
just
others
waiting
check
for
their
a lift.
compartments?
Yeah,
I asked Vasu if the others checked their secret compartments.
I'll message everybody and ask them if they checked their secret compartments.
I've only marked doors. I can check one later, but we might need to reach Flick. There is an undead presence where he is.
Oh shit! That ain't good. Does he know?
No. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'll just kind of like fly back down with Ace. I'll be like, or is Flick's on like the bottom? I'll drop Ace off like at the doorway to Flick's room, and then I'll message over to Gale and be like, hey, there's an undead over there with Flick. We should probably help him out. I'm gonna come pick you up.
Hey,
I'll
hold on.
shut-
Hey, Flick, is there a name in there?
Yeah, it's that Beetle McGee guy or whatever.
Perfect. Vasu, follow me back down, please.
I dropped you off at that
Alright.
doorway. And then I went to go pick up Gale. I'm just kind of
I
shuttling
told
everybody over.
okay. I asked you to wait so that I could like talk to him real quick.
Okay.
If that's okay. And
Yeah,
then
that's
after
fine.
you take him out, I'm like, take me to the platform when you have the chance. We can take the platform to Flick's door.
Yeah, all right.
Vasu appease.
Oh no,
No.
I will turn this campaign around.
And then Gale's door is above Flick's, right? So I'm going to go ahead and like put the little combination in, and I'm going to pull the lever so that the platform starts to rise up to Flick, while Vasu goes to get Gale.
All right.
Yeah, I'll kind of do whatever else I need to do to get everybody together.
Yeah, easy
The
enough.
party shuttle.
Yeah, you guys are able to reorganize and get everybody back together and ready to go into Flick's chamber together if you want.
Hey, Nomad, guess what I found? I'm also talking. This is telepathic.
I'm going to try and guess, and I'm going to say torches,
Even better. Dice.
candles, dice.
I did find candles, and I think they're made of mithril.
Mithril candles.
Dice.
Oh, I was wondering how you would burn mithril candles, but dice makes more sense.
Here, take a look, and I hand them to him. Are they magic?
We shall see, and I do not have the tech. Fortunately, I plan on getting that with the scroll eventually. Perhaps who here could detect? I don't think anyone here. You all can identify these if you want.
Perhaps we have time.
Does no one have detect magic, really?
I'm a monk, pal.
I'm back.
You might.
I ask Elise if she knows how to sense magic.
Undead and celestials and fiends, yes, but just magic in general, no.
Oh, same sister. Was that too much? Are we not brother sister yet?
Not really, but I understand you're just figuring things out, so it's okay.
Nicknames are so hard.
Yeah, I do not have it. So
That's fair. You have identify though, right? Because I
Yeah.
remember you have the pearl.
Yeah.
Yeah, when we have time, we can try. But yeah, in the meantime.
So you guys all kind of get on Flick's level. Ace puts in,
Like,
gets that elevator lowered to it,
we're on your level.
and you guys can see what he sees. I've moved the room up here, but pretend it's the same thing. There's just like a big hoard of coins all along the floor here, and then all those paintings kind of on the altar with them.
All right.
Thing's
Before we
still
start
undead?
grabbing anything, though,
I bonus action move my hunter's mark to him. It doesn't do anything, it just moves to him.
Okay.
I gently pick him up like a baby and toss him overboard.
Okay. Do you actually go down there and like pick him up?
No. I can detect it's undead, right?
Yeah, he's undead as fuck.
Yeah, I'm just like, Yes, very strong undead presence in that one.
again,
I
watch,
hide-
if you do this, I'm gonna do the thing.
Before he does that, I hide and I have my bow at the ready.
Yeah, just a moment, please. And I'm going to try and telepathically connect.
What are you guys gonna do? The body says.
Oh,
You're not
yeah, there we
here
go.
to take my stuff, are ya?
Yes,
Yeah.
actually.
Wait, is he saying this out loud or telepathically?
Out loud.
Oh God.
That's a shame. You
That's
seem-
unsettling.
Hey,
You guys seemed like nice people.
hi. Don't.
Hey, I told him not to do it.
Can we work out a trade?
Maybe. What do you have?
We got these real sick torches. They stay lit forever. Look at them.
That amateur shit.
Hey,
I was doing
I-
that when I was like 12.
I
you
learned
do one
I
now.
recently.
Use control flame to make the flame on one of them like a bright purple. I'm like, can you do that?
A cantrip,
Yeah, but-
that's so cool. And he just kind of like lifts one of his little partially dehydrated hands and like does a little motion and it snuffs out. I can do cantrips too.
Hey, so I recently learned that a lot of corpses like to go for walks and travel a lot. We could take you on our boat.
Right?
We got a
Yes.
really cool airship. We could take you all around the world with us if you want.
Huh.
You know,
You ever flown before?
Yeah, but
yeah,
like
we
only...
run an undead taxi company.
So
It'll only cost you everything you have.
So you guys and the Mind Flayer for some reason are running an undead taxi service that has brought you here to the mausoleum where you've broken in search of treasure, but are now offering a trade where I ride along in your taxi.
Oh,
We
we
weren't
didn't
looking for
break in.
treasure. We were looking for clients.
No, technically we broke in because our friend had a job to do in here, and it was not to
Technically-
loot the place.
Was it to deliver some undead because he's an undead taxi driver?
Well, yes.
Technically, yes.
But also, we did not break in, we solved the puzzles fair and square. We might as well have known the
Also-
combination lock.
Also accurate.
Puzzles? Oh, you mean like the lift? I guess.
No, not that one.
Well, listen, I adventured my whole life. I'm not really supposed to leave this place, you know,
Why are you awake?
because you guys are here.
Do you know who Samson Tomarello is?
Excellent.
Good question. Hang on. Wow, it's really weird. I'm pretty good at names, but I don't know that one.
Will
Was he
this
poor?
week?
If he was poor, I wouldn't really know it.
Oh, I
He
know.
might
what-
have been poor.
Do you know you'll see?
Sounds kind of familiar.
I mean, who doesn't?
Oh, I know what
the
this
C
is.
family is a big family. I don't know all of them.
You don't remember, right? And I take a handful of gold and put it in his hands. Yeah. Do
He
you
pulls out a
remember
colored
now?
torch.
He tried to bribe him with his own gold.
Okay. Give. Oh fuck. Oh, you're using his own gold.
I literally just pick up like some platinum, put it in his hand, and I give him like. I just say to him physically, like, wink.
This is what happens when you take Nomad to Thorngrove. I don't know. This is my own gold, dude. What are you doing? I don't know, and if I did, I would just tell you. Like, you know, we're having a cool conversation. You guys seem weird. I like weird.
Well, here's a question. You woke up because we are here. Does that mean someone put a spell on you so
Yeah.
that you would wake up?
Yeah.
That
me.
sounds very. That sounds. Why would you do that? That sounds very rude.
Well, listen, things got
Sounds
kind of
like you've desecrated your own body.
desecrate. What are you talking? I figured, what's the point of like sleeping forever and being dead all the time? I figure if anyone is like cool enough to come and like look at my body and wants to know about me, listen, I just thought maybe at some point in the future historians would be like, oh, we should learn more about Beetle McLee if only we could talk to him.
Oh.
And then I was like, oh, well, I'll make a spell so they can. That way, you know, when the historians write about how cool I was, they'll get it all right.
What
Oh.
race is he?
Halfling.
I was close.
Well, even better. If we take you with us, then we can know more about you. Well, you can tell us firsthand.
Well, no, I can't leave here. I'm dead, right? Like, so if I leave this little
Right.
area that I've made, I'm just going to be a corpse.
Oh, well, that's not very helpful.
Actually, I have another question, if you don't mind.
Also,
do you
this
know
spell's
who?
not going to last that long, so, you know. Sorry, I interrupted.
Do you know who? Do you know who Anselmo is?
Anselmo.
The vampire.
The last time that some, like, treasure hunters came in and tried to steal my shit, they said they were working for Anselmo, but, you know, they died like bitches.
Oh.
I don't know who he is, I just know that apparently he buys treasure hunters.
You do not have much time to tell us your full backstory, right? Do you have a diary?
No, I mean, like, you know, it's not here, it's with my estate.
Oh,
Where's that at?
It's back in Willingquet.
Oh, I think I heard of that actually. Would
I-
they let us go there and ask more questions about you?
I mean,
Tell us the tale?
it's a free nation, sure, yeah. Just, go to Willingquet, go to Belmerald, ask about the
Oh, yeah.
McLean family.
Could I have the
Have I
combination
heard of this
your lockbox?
family?
We already made this check before, I think.
Yeah, you did. I'm pretty sure a lot of people already did. I'll say if you're from Willingquet, you can give me another one.
What if I'm from Balmoral?
You can give me one.
Moat, you could have lied and said you were from Village.
What if I'm not from the surface?
Balmoral is in Willingquet.
I'm pretty sure that everyone who could have rolled already rolled and failed anyway, so good. The dice have confirmed the story. Yeah, none of you guys know who this guy is.
Yeah, and
Not
I'm
even
just
yet.
saying, like, can we have the lockbox codes for your estate? It's very
No,
'Cause it's
fuck
very
off.
annoying.
Why would I do that? Huh?
He's not very.
like, it is very annoying to have to solve a word puzzle every single. We mind players don't do puzzles. You see, we don't see the point.
Yeah, that's exactly why we use puzzles to protect our shit. It's because you guys are
It's not-
bad at puzzles.
It's not even very protective. I could just open it with a spell.
Well, no,
We do
obviously it's not just the puzzles that protect it. We put an arcane lock on it, and then we also have a puzzle. It's like multiple layers
Again,
of security.
spells.
Sure, okay, fine, whatever. Listen, Mr. Wise Guy, I know how spells work. You think I don't know how spells work? Look at this, and he holds his staff up. Like, what do you think this thing does?
That is a staff, therefore an arcane focus, I suppose.
Yeah,
I have one as well, and I show him my orb. It's fancier.
big whoop. Cool. You got some weird I don't know, alien tech. Where'd you find that? Sewers?
I made it. So yeah, basically the sewer.
All right, so
What does your staff do?
it's an arcane focus. That's all it does. Come on, man.
It looks like a really wicked walk.
Can I make an insight check?
Sure.
It doesn't even rise.
Right.
Mine rise.
Gross, man. Why would you
Look.
want your shit to ride?
It pulses with magic. You see. Look here.
Um,
Put your hand on my orb, and if you concentrate, you can read a passage from my diary.
I'm not gonna concentrate on anything or be willing for whatever spell this is about to be.
Wait,
I know
no,
what
man, you have a diary and didn't tell me about it?
You guys are here to steal all my golden shit.
What spell? It's a focus.
I don't know. You probably got some weird voodoo shit. You're a monster.
Do you really need all of this gold?
Yeah, man. How am I
Yes,
supposed to
you're dead.
No, you guys don't get it. You gotta bring your stuff with you to the afterlife. I don't want to show up to the eternal empty-handed.
Have
What
you made
was
it there
that?
yet? Have you made it to the Eternal After? Because you're here.
Yeah, I'm just delaying it for a little bit. I want to make sure that the historians get my story right, and then I'm going to take all my gold to the afterlife, and I'm going to give it all to the deity of my choice, and that will buy me a really cool house there because it's
Do
it's
I
a
know
tithe.
that this is true?
How long have you been delaying it?
Oh, what year is it?
We tell them the year ago.
669?
It's probably been, oh boy, 70 or 80 years then, I guess.
You've delayed for that long. Do you think maybe your god is wrong?
Whoa, man.
Because your gold didn't disappear when
No,
you
of
died.
course not, because I haven't moved on yet.
Is it because you desecrated your own body?
No, that's ridiculous. There's nothing desecratory about what I'm doing.
You are undead. That's basically desecration,
Yeah, big
right?
fucking deal. Everybody who gets healing is a little bit undead. You ever had magical healing, huh?
Yeah, so if I cut my finger and I heal it, that makes me a little undead.
Yeah, man. For real, dude. That makes you a little bit undead.
Is he for serious? Do I roll for this?
Arcana, I guess.
Damn you and your
Does my
Arcana
insight
roll.
carry over to this, or I didn't make a new one?
You can make a new one if you want. He seems to believe it wholeheartedly, and Nomad, there's a little bit of basis for it. You know that
When people die, yeah.
I mean, there's a very thin line on healing spells between evocation and necromancy. They're very similar magic.
Then riddle me this: can you heal an undead with a healing spell?
Well, there's a certain threshold where you can't heal anymore. You know, some spells do. Like, what was it? Somebody was like working on a spell right around the time I croaked, like life transference, I think.
Who was working on that?
Oh, fuck if I know, man. Some lesser wizard.
Hey, man. I have something that we can, that I can trade you.
Okay, I'm all about it. Let's hear it.
All right. What's your favorite animal?
Oh, I like fireflies.
All right. I'm gonna sit down and I am going to use my quicksmithing to construct a clockwork dragonfly that'll like flutter around.
Fireflies. I think.
He
Whatever.
said fireflies.
Okay, while you're doing that, real quick, let me make sure I'm caught up over here. Nomad, did you have anything else, or are you good?
Yeah, I'm very curious about him, and I'm asking him lots of magical questions and sharing him my very limited magical insight because
Sure.
it's all muddled.
Yeah, with that Arcana check, you can tell that he kind of knows what he's talking about. Like, he's clearly a skilled Arcanist, or was in life. It's hard to say how much he still has.
So, I've sort of like leaned over his like whatever table he's got here, and kind of like do the half sit thing, scoot one of my buttocks on like the edge, and we're
Ugh.
just having a discussion.
Oh, you're real gross up close. Sorry, but you are.
Same, don't worry.
Moat, what's up?
I just wanted to know if he knew Samson, but
Gotcha, okay. Gale, you finish up your quick smithing and you're able to make this little mechanical thing. He's like, oh, that's actually pretty cool. How long is it going to last?
Until the metal rots, basically.
Oh, no, that's pretty great. Yeah, I'll buy it. I'll buy it for sure. How much you want for it?
Half your gold.
Half? No, no, man. Like, I'll
I
Okay,
think you
how about
underestimate the actual
percent?
value of this thing.
sure, maybe. I
The
don't
gods
know.
really appreciate modern engineering and the evolution of humanity as a
Oh,
whole,
right. Sorry.
and this is the embodiment of that.
Yeah, and you said it's been, what, like 7? How much does a gallon of milk cost? Like today?
4,000 gold.
What?
Well, it's closer to like 3,600, but because of the cost of glass and bottling, it's getting up there.
That's why most of the time
Yeah.
they sell you milk in bags now.
It's true.
Milk in bag? What the hell? Why would
No, world's gone crazy.
I don't. Yeah. I don't even. Why would they put milk in bags? That doesn't make any sense.
Because it's cheaper than glass.
Why is it cheaper than glass? Glass is just like sand.
Well, all of the world's sand has started to like disintegrate
turn evil
into dust.
and attack us.
Everybody's making it in the bottles. We only got so much sand, pal.
It also turned out that all random grains of sand were just dormant spider eggs.
Okay. 2 of you give me deception, and Nomad give me deception with disadvantage.
Oh, can I do it?
Yeah.
Deception? I would like to use my action to become proficient in deception.
I would like to use my inspiration to get advantage on this deception.
All right. Oh,
see.
it's a
Hell
25.
yes. The world's gone crazy, man. Your gold's not worth shit anymore.
Okay.
Tonight.
All right. Man, I've really missed a lot. I'll tell you what. Okay, fine. I'll give you a third of it. That should be like 1,200 gold for it.
Man,
And I'm
that's
just
not even worth a bottle of milk, but you drive a hard bargain, so sure.
For the record, Nomad actually believes That milk is 4,000 gold. Remember, we don't know money very well. Ace is my money guy.
I give him the cheap dragonfly toy or firefly toy, and I start scooping up gold hastily.
All right, as you do, he does like sit upright, and he kind of just oversees the whole thing. He doesn't make it count exactly, but he does watch to make sure that you take about 1,200 gold worth of platinum and gold.
Just gonna add that to my inventory.
Uh huh.
Gale starts walking out, his pockets just jingling, and his pants are just dragging across the floor.
All right. Well, listen, I'd love to wheel and deal all day and learn about what the hell happened with the sand. You said the sand has gone crazy. Anyway, listen, I gotta save some of this for the historians, right? I'm not. I don't want to burn too much of the candle on you guys. So I'm gonna go back to sleep, and if you touch any more of my shit, I'm gonna kill all of you.
Okay. Would you like to learn more about Loth?
Loth? No.
Also, last chance for the taxi.
No, I'm good here.
Going once, going twice.
No.
Okay. I leave. Bossy, let's go. Cheese it.
So he says the candle is responsible for making him alive. Let's take it and throw it over.
There are like 4 of them, right? Just take all of them.
Just take all the candles. It's fine. It's not treasure.
For the record, those candles aren't currently burning.
I think it was a metaphor.
It could be a metaphor. I'm very bad with metaphors.
What's a metaphor?
Hey, Gale.
Yeah.
When you were in your room, did you check the hidden compartment?
There's a hidden compartment.
Yes. At the foot of where the bodies are, there's a hidden compartment.
Basu, we must ascend.
I marked the passages so it's easier to find.
Basu, I'll go with you. He has all that gold on him. He can't fly.
Here.
That's not true. Fuck off.
I'll fly up there, but I'm gonna have to start charging for this sort of thing. I gotta make a living too.
Well, Brother Bird, let us
Or a
Try something.
better idea, Gale. What was the name of the body in there?
I don't know. I didn't check.
Fantastic. What, Nomad?
We'll call it 200 gold to fly up there, and anywhere else for the rest of the day.
remember the spell I've been working on for a while.
Shut up, pal.
I vaguely remember.
I think I've just figured it out. And it might itch a little, but we can try it now.
Meta, I think I know what you're talking about, but I'm not 100% sure.
Right. This is going to be a little weird, so turn around and close your eyes.
Ace turns around with a little spin and then closes his eyes.
And Nomad places a hand on the small of his back, just between his shoulders. And then you hear like Cthulhu Fatagan or something. Weird aberration talk. And you feel your shoulder blades like they twitch and tighten. And then where your feathers were clipped grow this weird translucent wing feathers.
Ace just kind of stands there for a little bit. His eyes kind of bulge out. He just kind of like shakes a little bit. He starts bouncing a little bit. Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah. Try it.
Okay.
Try it.
Okay. He just like runs over and just jumps off and starts to.
Oh wait. I'm preparing like a feather fall. Just in case, like, oh,
Ace,
I said we haven't tested it yet.
Ace, give me a wisdom check.
Like a non-proficient one.
Yeah, just a regular old wisdom check.
It's like
On the side.
Like unskilled or no?
Yeah. So you jump off, and
I'm using inspiration to make it better.
okay.
Much better.
You jump off, and as soon as you do, there's this moment of panic of like, oh shit, what have I just done? And you smell the sea far below, and you feel the wind being forced up through this tunnel, ruffling past your face. You close your eyes for a second, and you try to spread your wings, and it comes like second nature. It's like you've been flying for your entire life. You start doing circles kind of as on your way up. You feel like you have complete control. Like you could have been doing this your whole life.
He looks ecstatic. He has like the biggest smile on his face. And then he like dive bombs and like tackle hugs Nomad and gives him a big hug. Thank you. Okay. And he jumps back off
It's
and he like
temporary.
flies off again.
I'm like, oh,
How long?
9 minutes 50 seconds. Yeah, something like that.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. He just starts flying around a lot. He's like not even paying attention to anything else anymore. He's just flying around.
Nomad looked a little panicked for a moment. It was hard for him to show that emotion, but he's like, oh no, why did he jump? He could have just flown straight up.
Nobody feel a tug on your pants.
Yes, Gale?
He just looks up at you with these big puppy dog eyes.
I can only do one at a time, but next time I will let you do.
His arm kind of slumps to his side, and he starts walking away. And there's just this awful, like jingling sound.
So much gold.
Gold just drags behind him. A couple of coins fall out of his pants.
Oh boy.
Let's just follow. Now Vasu can carry you, at least.
At this point, Ace goes up to the other door. Foster, this one. Let's go look. He's like just like hovering in the air with his flight.
Do you need help carrying all that coin, actually?
Alright, the two flying people, Vasu and Ace. Go ahead and give me an investigation check and a luck check. Each of you can do one. One of you do luck, one of you do investigation.
Which do you want to do, Vasu? My investigation is a +6.
Yeah, I've got nothing on my investigation, so I'll just roll luck.
I believe in you.
Assuming that you guys take whatever you find that doesn't look haunted as shit, you're able to gather up just some jewelry that has been left behind in some of these graves, some fine clothing, little trinkets here and there. You take the stuff that looks valuable but not necessarily sentimental, to the tune of probably another 15-20 gold, and I will grab a full list.
Not bad.
So how many coins fall out of Gale's pocket?
It's okay, I'm sweeping them around behind them.
No, she was picking them all up. I already typed it out.
Let's see here.
After about 5 minutes of having flight, Ace goes like, wait, hold on, I gotta go. And then he just bolts outside because he realizes that he needs to go fly outside in the sky.
Not many fall out of his pockets. The few that do, he's able to pick up pretty quickly.
Shu can pick anything up. He's got a torch right.
Yeah, he
Oh,
probably
shoot.
doesn't. He probably doesn't get any coins. He's trying though.
He'll swipe his arms through the air periodically, like he's trying to swat a bug every time Shu gets close.
He's not flying around trying to grab them out of your pocket or anything. He's just trying to pick up the ones you drop.
It's off, devil bird.
What's up, Ace?
So Ace realizes probably about 5 minutes after having flight that he's not gonna have this for very long. So he's like, "Shit, I gotta go," and he like tries to leap to go outside, go outside to the open sky.
Yeah, it's easy
Oh
enough.
gosh.
You kind of fly out the way that you came in, and kick up a little bit of ash as you fly out the front and start doing circles. And yeah, you can fly. Like, you see everything that you saw on the way coming in. You do see off in the distance there are a few clusters of undead. You see footprints where Nordo has made his way back to the ship to kind of relax until you guys get there. And you can also see that the kobolds are kind of like working on the surface, keeping things ready to go, keeping a lookout. But yeah, you're flying, and it's pretty great. You also notice that there's a lot of wind kind of kicking in from the west. There's kind of like this, just little twisters of ash being kicked up on some of the mountaintops. Well, I don't know if mountaintops is the right word for it, but you know, elevated
Peaks
parts
of-
of whatever this weird rib-shaped crater, or not crater, but formation is.
Cool. I'm just gonna like fly around. I'm not gonna fly. I'm gonna fly pretty high and then kind of fly back down because I know that I have a time limit. And then like near the end of my time limit, I'm just gonna start circling near the ship, kind of close to it. That way I can land a little, like a minute before it goes away.
Perfect.
Yeah. I think that's everything here.
Did someone put everything in the stashes?
I'm actually working on that right now because I think Nordo's the one who normally does it.
Yeah. Did Beetle mention who his god was?
He didn't.
He said he would give it to one of the gods. And it's not like he's gonna like try to find who has the highest bid. I think I have my mithril dice though. I took it back from Nomad.
Mithril dice. We haven't figured out. I think those aren't magic, but like. Worm Buster sounds like a cool weapon.
It sounds like awful weather though.
Does sound like awful weather.
Yeah, it's
Is it
kind
just
of
it's raining worms?
well. Oh, gross.
More like a giant, just pile of worms gut punches you because of the word
Ugh.
Buster.
Or if it's a buster, it's like busting out. Maybe it's like a worm geyser.
Oh, out of the ground. Yeah, I see
Yeah.
that. Do birds like those? Will like
No.
will Shu be happy for the
I don't know. Do devil
whole-
owls eat worms?
So familiars don't need to eat, but they can eat, and she would probably eat worms. Probably prefers mice.
Rats.
Yeah,
Does
mice,
he eat
rats, really
devil
big
mice?
bugs. But yeah, you guys are free to do as you wish. You've kind of you've taken a good look up and down this shaft, gone in all of the invisible portals that you've been able to find, and kind of clean house.
Yeah. I checked to see if Moat has just. What am I saying? I'm telepathic. I'm just gonna telepathically connect with Moat for a bit. And I'm just going to say, like, do not be alarmed.
All right.
Were you aware that you have a faint, fiendish presence?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, that explains the horns, actually. I thought that was a goat.
Nope, not a goat thing. My dad's a tiefling.
Was your mother an elemental?
No, not that I know of. An elf.
You registered as elemental and faint tiefling. Or fiend. So curious
Interesting.
where the elemental bit comes from.
Suppose it's hard to say. I definitely knew the fiend, but did not know about elemental. Are
You're a
you
genasi
sure?
again.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I always knew I was destined for great things.
Now you're. Now you're.
But this just kind of confirms it.
Yes, that makes you like some sort of.
Unstoppable, really.
Yes, that's Your mother was human, you said? Half elf.
Elf.
So you're half elf. What's the other half of the elf?
She's full elf. My dad's
Okay,
full tiefling.
so you're a half elf tiefling, but
Correct.
somewhere in there is an elemental.
Uh, apparently,
Hmm. You are a curiosity, and perhaps exactly what you say.
this has been enlightening. Thank you.
You are very welcome. Let us speak on the subject more when we learn more later.
You know, my parents used to tell me this weird story that when I was born, there was a weird red glow in my chest. And I kind of always assumed it was bullshit. But now I'm starting to think that maybe there's something to it.
Weird red glow, you.
That's what they told me. I kind of assumed it was nothing, or just something, parents make up to tell their kids.
Why would they make that up? I do not understand.
I don't know, make me feel special?
Oh, friend Moat, you are very special.
Well, that's just a damn fact, but
Yes, there's a little bit of immaculate conception going on over there. There was a third party or something.
tieflings, man.
We can always chalk it up to that for now. Tieflings, man. And I will throw in one of these shrugs. You call these a shrug, right? And I just toss my hands up.
Yeah, you're really good at that, actually.
Pride, thank you.
No, thank you. This has genuinely been enlightening. Explains a lot.
Explains a lot. I only have more questions.
Oh, I have more questions. It
Yeah.
just explains some other ones.
Okay. It answered some questions, but opened a whole new, what they say, a can of worm, can of elementals.
I think they're doing worms in bags now, like milk.
Oh, I did not know this. I do not drink. I do not remember when I was weaned.
Me neither.
Should we keep this a secret, or will we tell the other?
Um, let's keep it under wraps for now. Until
This
I know what it actually means.
this means a secret, yes?
Yes, please.
Okay. Just confirming.
You can tell Ace, because I'm going to tell Nordo. And I guess Gale's my first mate, so he can know too. And then
Okay.
Vasu's really into fire, so if you want to tell Vasu, that's also fine. And then
Seriously.
Flick also has horns, so I guess that's cool too. And then Yule seems sweet enough, so.
You know, Flick. Oh, I don't know if I should. I
But
will ask.
other than those people,
Yeah. I will also talk to Nordo about something. Then.
do you say that to me?
Yes.
What do you need to know about Nordo?
Oh, Nordo has to know something.
Is he also an elemental?
I do not know if he knows, but yes.
I knew it. I knew it.
What
I,
if it is infectious?
maybe that's what it is, but I knew Nordo was meant for something greater than living in that monastery.
Is that what a touch of elemental presence means? Just greatness.
I mean, not inherently. I was going to do great things no matter what, but it certainly doesn't hurt my chances.
All facts lead to truth. I must put this in my diary, and I pull out my orb, and it's like I'm just concentrating.
You know, Nordo keeps a journal kind of like that. He does it a little different, though.
Yes, he has ink and a quill. I have ink, but no quill.
Is that a squid joke?
Joke?
Got it.
Got what?
Next time we come across one, I'm gonna take you to a comedy club, and we're gonna teach you some humor.
I like learning new things.
It's gonna be a fun time. Lots of learning.
No man is going to ask so many questions to the comedian.
The worst heckler.
It's gonna be
It's
awful.
like, explain the situation. He just yells in their mind you.
I
So
don't
it's really
think that's
distracting.
factual.
Is this the truth? You flew here with your arms.
Oh no.
Why are they laughing? There's a spell that does that. Aarakocra do it all the time. And
Alright.
that's our cutscene.
Cutting back to
Plus-
everyone else.
Plus 3 stars.
We did it. What is the Fire Emblem thing? You're up to a grade C now.
See.
But yeah, back outside, you can see it's yeah, I believe it was kind of early morning when you went in there, so it's probably like 1 or 2 in the afternoon by the time you guys kind of make your way out. There's just this warm breeze that's rolling over, and it's kicking up a lot of ash. It actually makes visibility kind of a pain, beyond maybe like 60 to 100 feet or so. You guys came prepared. A lot of you have goggles, and I believe all of you have face masks. And that helps a lot. But you can tell that if you didn't have those things, you'd be in for kind of a bad time.
Where shall we go now, Captain?
That's the question, I guess. Where do you guys want to go? I just need to get back to a town at some point so I can send a letter off to the order, but beyond that, I'm in no rush to get back there.
I do feel like Thorngrove calls back to us.
Yeah, it kind of seems that way. We might be able to learn more about Firebird's Roost, too.
That's true. We never learned that place.
I have a very important project.
Can we help?
Yes, I need everybody's help, I think.
What's the project?
I need everybody who is physically capable of. So, sorry, not Ace or Yule or myself, but everybody else to. You see this engine? I need you to bring it to the ship. I'm just gonna smack the other ship engine that's probably like 1,000 pounds or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah, it's a pretty hefty thing. It's probably in the ballpark of like 600 pounds or so. As long as you take an hour or so to like dismantle it properly, it won't be too hard for a couple of the stronger folks to do it. Granted, with that said, Nordo is shitting his brains out. And
I say we have one strong person.
yeah, you guys have one other strong person. But
It's fine, I got it.
yeah, he's got it.
He is destined for greatness.
So Gale is able to take some time and disassemble this thing. Easy enough. I guess let me just get like athletics from Moat with advantage, assuming somebody's helping. Okay, that's plenty. Yeah,
Yeah, I'll help.
easy enough.
By 11 strike.
Yeah, it takes a little time, and it's kind of an awkward... well, actually, here's an important question. Moat can get it off of their ship, and he can walk it horizontally along the ground just fine. How are you getting it up a rope ladder onto your airship?
Can't the ship land, and don't we have like a little like board thing to step on?
You also have a pulley system, right?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
we
Oh,
built the
right.
bullet system.
Yeah, you built that pulley system. So yeah, your airship, like, I mean, it's got a keel, so like if you try to land, it's just gonna tip to one side or the other. Most of the time, people just kind of anchor it and then they drop rope, or they anchor to like a dock that has a boardwalk. Um, kind of a pain to just like, you can't really just land it wherever you want. You could land it in water for sure, but either way, you built a pulley system for exactly this purpose, and it does its job. And after an hour or so, you're able to get the engine loaded up onto your ship and get everything ready to go.
Is this what will recapture Sundowner?
No, but I do have to activate that before we leave.
Right.
I need this so that I can build this, and I'm gonna pull out my blueprints that I worked very hard on.
They're amazing, by the way.
Oh,
Thank you.
that's excellent. I have no clue what it means.
So I think that we can potentially release our friend Sundowner if we can build this. But to build this, I'm gonna need a lot of resources, which is why I needed all that gold, and why we're probably gonna have to go down and murder Beetle McGee, um, and take the rest of his gold.
Oh, do
Uh,
we have to? He seemed really nice and condescending.
He's already dead.
Oh, true. I guess we would just be sending him along the way. But if what he says is true, then his gold will disappear with him.
That's why we need to sell it before that happens.
It might take another 70 to 80 years.
It's true. He's already waited that long. I'm sure he'll probably wait quite a bit longer.
Not to rain on anyone's parade, mostly just McGee's, but if it were true that your gold vanished when you died and moved on, wouldn't have all the other corpses had nothing with them? I feel like if that happens, it's just a spectral version of it, and the
Yeah.
physical stuff is going to stay behind anyway.
A couple of the corpses did have nothing,
Yeah, that's true.
or had very little.
Maybe that's because they were just poor. He seemed to have
That's
a
quite
very
possible.
low opinion on the poor.
Or maybe they just weren't greedy.
That's true.
Well, then they weren't living very well, but that's fine.
But see, if you're greedy, then your grave gets robbed by people like us, apparently. So what the lesson is to not bury yourself with all your riches, I suppose.
Exactly. Or if you do, at least booby trap it a little.
He technically was the booby trap, I think.
That's fair. He wasn't very good at it, though.
Also, you needed a special torch to even get into his room, so
This just raises
But
more questions.
which makes me wonder how Anselmo got his men in there. Does he have another torch? Are there more of those?
I mean, you just need the torch to reveal it.
Yeah, in
But
theory, you don't need
other
the torch to
things-
get in.
Other
Yeah,
things
could've
could have
just-
revealed it too.
Oh, okay. So like you could still. Okay, I thought it actually made it like tangible. You can only go through there if you have the torch.
It just revealed the entrance. But now that, I've marked the entrances, you technically don't even need the torch. And his was the only place with an undead in.
You've saved the next robber or grave robbers so much trouble.
Right? We should be the next grave robber.
But yeah, anyways,
What's the plan? Where are you guys heading?
So, Thorngrove is it then?
well, to build this thing, I'll probably need Joker's help.
Oh, we must return there. He
It
will
might be
want the
good.
heart back.
Yeah.
Will
Yeah,
you
he
give
probably
him
will.
the heart back?
If he can help us build this thing, sure.
May I?
I do need to get to Larval Fen at some point, but I'm not exactly sure where that's at. I think it's south.
That's pretty much directly south of us right now.
Oh, if we just go south, then maybe we can go there. Stop there very.
What's in Larvalfin?
Sounds like larva.
I hope it's not that, but back at the Crosswinds, I had another job, and it's there.
Does Larval Fen happen to sell or produce Realmyth wood?
Does it happen to produce
Oh
that?
God, I don't even know if anyone here would have a shot at this.
Me.
Uh,
Does it have humanoids?
Flick and Ace and Nomad can all give me nature with disadvantage.
Okay, disadvantage.
Oh my God, the wasted
Oh
crits.
no. I will use my last channel arcana to become proficient in nature. Ta-da!
Okay.
About the same as Flick.
Nomad. Nomad, you get a number of fleeting visions of, man, what would you, I don't even know if you would get it with that, with your background. You get a couple of fleeting visions of this old man, and actually, at first it looks like a human, but you look down and his forearms are thick and covered in, like, this fine hair, and he's got, like, this, big nose that actually gets so in your face that you're, like, not used to it being in your vision. And he, seems to be working in a carpenter's shop. Somebody brings in like this big, long, horse-drawn stack of trees that have been cut down, and they have this like kind of faint, sparkly gray bark to them. And he kind of goes over and he looks over at where they've been cut, and you can see there's this bright orange, fleshy inside to this dead-looking outside. And he says something about Realmyth wood, but that's like where the vision ends. You don't really get anything useful about it. Ace, you're not really sure. Flick, again, you don't really know a whole lot about it. You do know that Realmyth wood is sometimes used in the construction of ships and airships. And you know that there is one island that is like known for producing Realmyth wood, and you don't think it's Larvalfin. You feel like it would ring a bell if that was it. Like it's on the tip of your tongue, and if that was it, you would know it, but it's not.
Alright. I don't believe it's Larvalfin. I know there's some island, but I can't remember the name. I know it's not Larvalfin, though. So they wouldn't have the wood that you want there.
Can we not get wood in Thorn Grove?
It's a special kind of wood, so I don't think that Thorngrove had that particular kind.
Yeah.
The one I remember was a little sparkly.
What's a base?
Out of curiosity, what are those giant trees on my home island?
Ooh, I don't know. Give me nature. Big and tall and heavy. Definitely not Realmyth wood. You probably don't know the exact type, but you know they're just really, really big, tall, thick trees, kind of like redwoods.
Cool. Hey, Nomad, I have a question for you.
Yes?
So you know how you had a vision of rolling acorns? It made me wonder something. And you may not remember, but whenever you were part of the hive mind, and let's say that someone else in the hive ate a brain, does everyone in the hive mind now share that memory?
That was actually my theory.
And
Because
also on top of that, do you think that maybe you're still connected to them and maybe I mean I guess I don't know when she died, but do you think that maybe if they had the memory since you used to be part of the hive, you still get some of those memories?
I'm not very certain. What I remember was when we consume a memory or someone's intellect, they become a part of the subconscious. They just become a part of the joint intellect. They stop becoming people, they stop becoming individuals, and everyone shares the combined memory. But then, when my mind shattered, it was as if they came to be again, and they became individuals with their own individual thoughts, individual memories. And that was when they severed me from the hive mind. They did not want the rest of it to become that way. I do not think I am connected to the hive mind. If I am, it's not willingly on my part or
Do you remember how long ago you were severed? I forget.
it was like what would you say, Feck? Was it like 10 years ago?
Uh, yeah. Anyway, like it's kind of up to you. It could be anywhere from like a year to 20 years. Anything in the ballpark works.
Yeah, we'll go like
Also, keep in mind that Ace is not even 20 years old, so I don't know for Feck if that's going to matter, since he has Rolling Acorns memory.
yeah.
No comment.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I do not know if rolling acorns is even because I have no recollection of consuming her brain, if ever. This might be something else. When the artifact changed me, it changed so many things. That recollection of rolling acorns, it changed something I perceived as fact, and now I'm questioning whether it's all the same thing. I am so confused.
As am I. No need to dwell, though. We'll figure it out.
Hmm.
All right. So what's the plan? Where do you guys head?
Do we go to Larvalfell or do we go to um I know Vasu had things in Thorngrove still. And now he's actually here for it.
Yeah, I mean, I just gotta talk to those druids. You know,
Yeah, we can stop by, I think. And that sounds like a
if we
town.
got if we got more pressing matters to attend to, we can wait. We can go there later.
Hmm. So what's the most pressing matter?
That's the real question.
Well,
I mean,
I have no pressing matters.
We could always swing down to Larval Fin, head back to Thorngrove, and then go to Salt Bowl and turn in your contract.
Yeah.
that
works
sounds
for me.
good to me. The jobs tend to pay better if you um, get it done in a timely manner.
Anyone
So
opposed to Larval Fin then?
not at all.
I I'm okay with doing larval fen, but I do want to point out that we only have 6 engines. If Sundowner gets out, like we don't have transport anywhere. We're gonna be stranded.
Right.
You guys
So
will be strange.
Can we
Well,
activate the engines early and just make that
We
work, or do we have to
can.
wait for him to try to escape?
No, we can, and I'm going to before we leave the rib because otherwise he might get out while we're above water, which would be awful.
yeah.
Or even worse if we were above land.
But
But
also
regardless,
this is still a boat. I feel like it's seaworthy.
well, that's not really
No, Mab, you remember the giant shark we saw earlier that tried to jump up and bite our ship?
exactly.
True. Oh, that's okay. We
So
we just took on a giant water dragon.
Yes,
I
but the
feel
giant
like
water dragon wasn't trying to eat our ship.
it was trying to drown us. I feel like you see how it pushed the platform down 30 feet right away. That seems a little more dangerous than a shark biting.
Yeah, see, I would say the same if that creature was on our boat and sent our boat flying down 30 feet. But the platform we didn't really care about. The ship can't repair itself, and if it gets bitten in half by a shark, we're now stranded in the middle of the ocean.
It's
Exactly.
quite true. It's a good thing we have a very skilled artificer with a pat kill.
Yes, and a great
Yeah,
first mate.
I'm skilled, but I am also only one person, and I don't think I can keep this particular ship in working order for long enough if Sundowner was to escape. There's no chance. There's a chance that he won't, and it's a pretty good chance that he won't. But at the same time, I just think that we should all be aware that the longer that we keep pushing Sundowner, the more chances he's going to have to escape. And
Absolutely.
but that along with all the morality issues of it that I think we've all accepted.
Well, let me talk to Sundowner a little.
Um, I think we should just leave him be, and then whenever we get the resources and the time that we can build uh, this ship, and I'll hold up the blueprints again, then we can release him then. But until then, we kind of need this ship, and we need it to be working.
Show me how to fire the engine. That way, at least more of us will know how.
Ace already showed everyone.
Yeah, Ace has shown everyone.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we can all just man an engine.
I think it might be best, as Gail says, to make sure that our means of transport is safe before going into unknown areas that could be dangerous.
Right.
Oh, I wasn't trying to say that we shouldn't do larval fen. I just think that we should be aware of the risk with it. If we can get a lot of money from larval fen, then that'll make getting another ship, one that's possibly safer, a lot easier. Because these resources aren't going to come cheap.
We do
Are you
need a
able
ship.
to use this engine to on this ship, or is that engine not good enough for this ship?
The other ship's engine is too small. The issue is that the ship that Sundowner is currently operating is just way too big for any other standard engine. I think the only reason it's able to function is because it's using a highly unethical source of power that is very good, but also, morally dubious.
Hey, Fat, can you pull up the map that where we're currently at right now?
Yeah. Of Rib of the World or like the world map? Because the world map's already up.
Rib of the world.
Gotcha.
Do you think any of these other crashed ships might have another engine? Looks like there's maybe 2 other ones, mostly destroyed though. Maybe 3.
Oh, it's worth a shot. We can certainly try scavenging something.
What about everyone else? Is everyone else okay with that?
Scavenging?
I love
sounds
scavenging.
We're already here, might as well.
Well,
Would
let's go
everyone
ahead and
help
take
us?
the ship maybe over here. It'll be right between
All right.
2 ships, and we can keep a lookout. Maybe see if there's any undead around before we land.
So, just so that you guys understand, the ship that I have in mind is about 35 feet long, and just a ship that size, which is already pretty small for like 10 of us that are going to be traveling in it, made out of standard materials, that thing's almost 16,000 pounds.
Yeah. That's about the size of like one of those, like a tugboat or a little fishing boat that you go out on to like do lake fishing or whatever.
Yeah, it's about tugboat size.
Yeah.
Now, that being said, that Class A engine that we found, here in that ship, it can, once it's properly enchanted, it'll reduce that weight by about potentially 5,000 pounds. Plus, it also can lift about 4,500 pounds, which is like a big deal, but that still leaves
Sounds excellent.
like, 7,000 pounds unaccounted for.
Is that why you want the mithril wood?
Yeah, because that'll reduce the weight of the hull by a ton.
What was that ship that we got the engine from made out of?
Appeared to be regular wood.
Yeah, just
I'm assuming it was kind of small though.
It was a pretty small ship, yeah. It looks like it was probably crewed by just 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah, it was only 20 feet long, if that.
Yeah.
Like 15.
The map is not to very good scale.
Was it a literal ton or a metaphorical ton?
Metaphor.
Okay, not.
Right.
How much weight?
As you guys are kind of doing your scavenging, I guess go ahead and give me. Let me get one investigation check, 1 luck check, and 1 perception check. I don't care who does each one, but 1 luck, 1 investigation, 1 perception.
Help me do. Get
I'll do luck.
I'll help Ace do investigation.
Can I roll investigation with advantage then? Peck?
Sure.
Oh no.
And then a perception check from whoever wants to be on lookout.
Can Shu give a perception check and I help him?
Sure.
His perception
I'm pretty sure that owls already have advantage on perception.
Oh, that's accurate. Wait until I see this perception check.
I'll just roll mine actually. Oh no.
Okay.
You can help me though, right?
Yeah. So.
You want to reroll or just take 10?
Yeah, go for it. As you guys kind of take a little bit of the afternoon to run a couple circles and see if you can scavenge anything else from around here, you do a pretty thorough job. You kind of have to like juke a couple packs of undead every now and then. And the blustering winds kind of make it a little bit difficult, but you're able to spot a few wreckages and go check them out pretty thoroughly. And to your... as best as you can tell, as you're investigating these other wrecks, the other wrecks are just regular ships, not airships.
What are they doing here?
Well, this area was probably underwater at one point.
Makes sense.
You do a real thorough search, trying to see if there's anything valuable left behind. At one of the sites, you actually do find signs that it has already been kind of tampered with or looted. You find a couple of doors that have been semi-recently, like within the past couple of years, either cracked open or lock-picked. You see that there's a broken set of thieves' tools that is left behind at one of these sites. But it looks like almost everything else here has been kind of picked clean. And you don't really find anything useful at all. That takes most of the afternoon. It puts it around 5 or 6. Nordo's starting to feel a little bit better. He makes some dinner for everybody, but then retires back to his room.
It's safe to eat dinner.
He insists that it's safe. He didn't, he makes something really nice
chef.
for Vasu, and then the rest of you guys get more crab, because,
Aren't we? Hasn't it been a week? Hasn't it been a week since that?
It's starting to taste a little bit closer to normal, yeah. You guys are almost back to normal.
So it hasn't been a week then? 'Cause I only had one.
You're probably fine then.
I still eat this crap.
I kind of squinted at the food because I remembered that he did say he had explosive diarrhea, but I trust that he washed his hands. So I eat it.
The sea did it for him.
The new ship will have a state-of-the-art kitchen and bathroom and sink.
That's where all the weight comes from.
Well, big portion of it at least.
What's a sink?
It also will only have 6 beds, so
It is alright.
Gibbs.
I'll sleep in the engine room, and
Is that comfortable?
I'll set something up.
As you guys kind of pack things up from the last site that you want to check out before the sun starts to go down, a cool front comes over, and it brings with it a little bit of salt spray. It starts to get a little bit misty, a little bit chilly. Feels nice to you, Nomad.
How are our kobold friends?
They're good. They've been kind of like, they're a little on edge. They're keeping an eye out for undead. A couple of them, like, I swear, I saw some weird, like, shapes moving around in the ashes. They came up to us and, like, looked at us real spooky, but then I blew really hard and that got rid of them. So now I think I slew them. But
Yes,
things are
it was
okay.
possibly just Ash Ghost. It's fine.
Ash ghosts.
You were very brave.
Oh, God, I'm not anymore. Okay,
Now you're a hero.
when are we leaving?
Soon.
Where are we going?
Larval.
Larval fan, I believe.
All right, the sooner the better. And they kind of get everything ready to go. And if you guys are good, you can start sailing over that way. Let's see how this goes.
I'm assuming that we can also, if sail at night, one person in every watch can fly it.
It's my understanding that they're passing it back and forth between Moat and Flick.
They also taught me, and Gale.
Cool.
That's, remember we have the adjustable steering wheel.
Right, of course.
It's integral.
Well, I am feeling much, much better.
Nordo, good to hear ya. Glad you're not dead.
I thought I might
You
die based
look
on the
much
explosiveness of the diarrhea that I had, but
It is
it
all
passed
right.
quickly.
The sea washed it all away.
At least I think it passed quickly. How many days has it been?
One.
Days? It's been years.
It has really been 6 hours. You recover very fast.
I'm hardy stock. Did you get the bones of Tom Morello?
I sure
Oh,
did.
shit, we forgot him.
Well then,
Hey Nordo,
Nordo.
yes.
Nomad has something to tell you.
Yes.
What would you like to tell me, friend Nomad?
Nordo, friend, did you know you were part elemental?
Come again?
When I did, when I cast a spell in order to detect the presence of otherworldly creatures to keep us safe from undead, I saw several things, detected several presences, and one of them was an elemental from you.
Well, I don't know how to tell you, friend Nomad, but I think your magic might be broken. I'm no otherworldly being. I'm just from an island, Melnoa.
Well, Moat is too.
Yeah, Nordo. Remember when I told you I was going to do great things?
You've done great things. You are completing your
Yeah, but
mission
like
for the Order of Battle.
my dream, how I met you. I knew we were connected somehow.
You had a
Also,
dream?
to be fair, we're all really from islands in the middle of nowhere.
That's true.
That is accurate.
Well, I'm from underground. So, underground, in the middle of nowhere?
Well, I don't know anything about dreams and visions and
What was the dream?
great purposes, but I know that I am not any kind of elemental. I'm just turtle.
I don't think you would feel any different if it was something you've had from birth. Either that or the second theory is that Moat instilled a spark of greatness in you. Little bit of whatever he has.
I suppose that could be.
I mean, I'm not gonna force you to do anything you don't want to do, Nordo, but I mean, I knew you were special from the first day that I met you, so I'm not gonna make you believe it.
Look, I appreciate the sentiment, but let me just think on it, I suppose.
Yes,
Yeah, no rush.
I do not understand it myself, so the more we learn, the better.
Who else is otherworldly according to your magic?
I am an aberration. That's normal.
Ace,
Moat
what's the
here.
orcish word for aberration?
Aberration.
Thank you.
And I like to imagine that it sounds extremely crude and kind of derogatory, but it's the only word there is for it.
Something like,
It's probably actually the orcish word for like malformed or something like that.
yeah,
Yeah,
deformation or something. Mutant? Something like that?
possibly.
Makes sense.
Creepy tentacle monster.
Yeah. Moat detected a slight. Where perhaps Moat will want to tell you himself.
He already knows.
Oh, yeah. Then,
My dad's a tiefling, you know that.
yeah,
Yes.
detects a slight fiendish and elemental.
Is Flick also fiendish then?
Flick also has fiendish in him. I'm sure he knows that, right, Flick?
I had assumed. I mean, the horns kind of give it away a little bit.
It's really strong from you. Do
Yeah.
you know that?
Really?
No,
Well,
like
I mean,
stronger
he's a
than
cat.
you.
So
Much stronger than me. Anyway, probably nothing. Just curious.
It's like perhaps yours is diluted by elf and also
Could be.
element. So it's like a mix. Oh, Shu is a fiend.
I knew it. That son of a bitch.
Just a pure fiend. Actually, he has the strongest fiend energy out of everyone here. Just pure fiend. And let's see who else was detecting any weird things. Now that's
I
everyone.
gotta have some. I gotta have like a little bit of fire element or something, right?
Yeah, you sure
Nah.
your sorcery didn't just get mixed up? I mean, Vasudeva has fire all over him. I don't even have any kind of. I think your witchcraft is wrong.
It's not witchcraft. It's science. But
That's
also
not true at all.
magic in a way is science, friend Gale.
No, it's not.
Absolutely.
Try.
It's all calculations and things. That's science.
It's really upset and walks away.
Excellent.
I think Gale thinks that science is only science when you're using metal and wood. But science can be anything as long as you write things down.
I'm not sure if that's the exact definition, but I'm not going to disagree with the other things you said.
But yeah, no one else detects as anyone's ace is ace. I expected air elemental, but really, I don't even know what kind of elemental. It just says elemental.
Also, Ace runs over to Nomad or Nordo and is like, and speaks in order. She's like, "Also, you missed it. I was flying earlier. It was so cool. I flew on my own. Well, not my own completely, but I flew."
He flew very well.
What, like you jumped out that hole and someone caught you?
No. Nomad passed a spell on me, and I could fly. It was amazing.
Well, that is amazing. How about that? Is that something you
Wings
can do
and
anytime
everything.
there?
No, it was only for 10 minutes, and it's only when he cast a spell. But it was really nice. I liked it. It was right.
What did it feel like to be in the air?
Uh, hmm. Free, and it just home.
That sounds like a nice feeling.
Does. But congratulations, little orc. I know it's something you've wanted for a while.
Yes, thank you.
Meanwhile, everybody's been kind of getting the ship ready to go, and you've started making your way south. You guys can kind of see you're approaching the end of the rib of the world that kind of dips down below the water.
Hey,
Yes.
I activate the engines before we go.
Yeah.
Good call. Let's see how this goes. So he's still restrained. You guys
You all
still have
fail.
2 days left. You have 6 shots at this. He needs a 17 or better. Let's see how it goes. Where is it?
No. We didn't rest at all today, right?
No, you guys have not had any rest yet. You did level up, though.
We just
Yeah.
went through a whole bunch of little tomb areas, and we met Beetle McLee. He's undead,
Running.
protecting all his money. Gale sold him a mechanical firefly he made on the spot for like 1,200 gold.
Scammed him out of like a third of his wealth.
Excellent.
He
Yeah.
rolled some really
Sucker
terrible
thinks it's
insight.
gonna last forever. It's gonna last only a day.
All right, here we go. First attempt. Succeeds. 5 engines
Oh,
left.
this frightens me so.
Fails on the second engine once again. All right. He is secure for another 10 days.
Yay!
Friend Nomad, you were right. You said Beetle McGee was hiding in there, huh?
It was a theory, and it turned out it was true. He wasn't dead. He spoke to us.
What else did y'all find down there?
I found some dice.
They're very nice,
Uh,
dice.
They're made of mithril.
Fancy.
I found a harmonica if you want it.
A harmonica.
Yeah, it's a real pretty one.
May I see it if you don't mind?
Pull it out. How expensive does it look?
I think it's listed 30. Looks real expensive.
How much does... I feel like this is probably only the second harmonica I've ever seen. Does it look much like my harmonica?
I mean, it's clearly the same device, but it is made from this really bright, shiny, clear metal that a few people in the party would probably recognize as mithril. It has a lot of gold filigree, and also it's just like really solidly made. It's clearly it's like an art piece almost. It's a very expensive instrument.
Gotcha.
You should play it.
Do you have anything for it?
Oh no, Nordo like takes it one hand and pulls his out and kind of compares the two of them. It's certainly a lot nicer than mine. I mean, I could play it if you like. I'd hate to damage it. It looks pretty fancy.
Please, I would love to. Here.
Yeah, it's an okay performance. It's not your best. It comes through a lot like brighter and clearer than yours, and also Nordo is probably not familiar with the idea that harmonicas are tuned to a specific key, so it probably takes you like a couple shots before you realize that this is tuned to a different key than the harmonica that you play.
Harmonicas are tuned to a different key. What?
Yeah, a lot of woodwind instruments are tuned to specific keys.
I did not know this. What does that even mean?
It just means that like you gotta play. You got like you're restricted to certain keys, and you got to swap it out when you want to do a different key.
Oh.
Yeah.
After about like 10 seconds of cursory messing with it, just hand it back to Gale and be like, I think I'll stick with the one I know, but thank you for showing it to me. It's I don't think I've ever seen another one of these besides mine.
Can I try playing it?
No, and I take the harmonica back and I quickly stuff it.
Fair.
You can try mine if you like, friend Nomad. Give Gale a bit of a dirty look. Although
would
I'm
like-
not quite sure how to tell you
I-
how to play it. You have to blow in it.
I do not know, but we will figure it out. And you just see him like kind of balancing the harmonica between his tentacles, trying to figure out where to fit, how to hold it. His other hand is scratching his head, like,
Yeah, it's not really made very well for like beak anatomy, but you can kind of fiddle with it.
Wait,
It's
Nomad,
very well made.
Nomad has a beak?
I think you do,
Like a
right?
beak.
Is that
It's
right?
a big lamprey mouth, lamprey mouth.
Oh, that's
slash-
right. That's right.
Yeah, I was expecting a lamprey mouth.
You're right. You're totally right.
It's got the beak parts for cracking the skull open, and the lamprey parts for like sucking and sawing,
Gross.
and the very long like barbed tongue for scraping out. I don't. Philo
Of note.
showed like a really neat picture, but it's not safe for work.
Yeah,
And I was like, oh, I like that mouth, but
it's got
I'm
a
like,
real,
oh,
it's got a real cool mind flayer mouth, but also a big old mind flayer dick.
can we like crop it?
No, let's not. We'll save that for some other time.
It's cropped. It's fine.
Anyway.
Of note, though, while you're holding the harmonica, it actually is not very nice. It's like old and like has a little bit of rust on it in a few spots, and it's clearly like almost antique.
And it's holding together well. Eventually, unable to figure it out, I hand it back, and it's like a little polished now because I like wiped it. And it's like, I will try again later.
It was
But
worth an
maybe,
effort.
yeah, perhaps we should find something that is suited to my anatomy.
I bet
Yeah,
you
it's
could
a-
play this guitar.
We hand him like 10 maracas,
Guys, can
one for each tentacle.
we start a band?
A band.
Here, no man, try this. I'm gonna play a few chords on my instrument that I forgot how to pronounce.
It's a guitar. We'll just call it a guitar.
It's basically a guitar.
For all intents and purposes, it's a guitar.
Like a
Called a lute.
Kuobosi or something.
Something like that. Huobosi? Yeah, that sounds like it's a Chinese instrument, was it? Mongolian. But yeah, like Nomad strums it and he like has a little fun with it. He's like, oh, it makes sounds very easily.
Play us a song.
Oh, you're very fast.
It's real easy, just like this, and I'll play like the intro to like fucking through the
Here's
fire and
Freebird.
flames. Yeah, and then I'll just pass it over. To you.
Just show
Okay,
it
repeat
off.
after me.
May I try?
Repeat?
Yeah.
Can I try after him?
Yeah,
Of course.
I don't know what to roll. Like I blue
don't mind.
screened for a moment.
God, for just like figuring it out, I guess give me a wisdom check.
Here is a wisdom check. Flat wisdom.
Yeah, you pick it up almost immediately. Like you don't actually know what you're doing. You can't like really play a song or whatever. But like you pick it up and you understand the process of playing it accurately, and you're able to play a couple of notes and recognize when they're out of tune, and you can kind of like repeat after him. You get the feeling you'd be an adept learner once you got your hands on this thing.
Oh, this is neat.
Yeah, you don't like turn into a rock star or anything like that, but
No,
you learn
literally
quickly.
just like making the notes higher and lower repeatedly.
Yeah, exactly.
Uniform.
Like you get the idea very quickly.
It's like what I did with the kalimba. It's just I'm figuring out the sounds it all makes.
Yeah.
I wish sounds had names. It would make things so much easier.
They do.
They do? Who said that? Was
Sorry,
that God?
never mind. Carry on. I can't music geek over here. It's never gonna end.
No, I guess Nordo and Vasu can explain that. Yes, musical notes have names.
Nordo
Or-
probably
Yeah, this
doesn't know
one's
that actually.
this
Oh,
one's
wait,
called E.
that's a letter.
Yeah, but it's also a musical note.
Is C?
I
a
guess
mu-
people know it is. I think
But
they go
you'll
all the
see.
way up to G.
Why not up to Z? Do they not?
That's way too many. That's when you start getting into different keys.
Oh, did they not just invent sounds for those letters yet?
Now you see, musicians are real fucking lazy.
Oh,
Didn't they used to go above G, and then eventually they just kind of like shortened it?
You are asking the wrong bird.
I'm asking Fectus as a
Yeah, okay,
person who
yeah,
loves
go ask
music.
Feck.
Because I'm pretty sure I read somewhere that like musical notes used to go above G, and eventually they just like shortened it because it was just too difficult.
I mean, there's definitely been musical notations in places that didn't use an Arabic alphabet. So yes, you're probably right. I just don't know for sure what those are.
it's okay. This has been education. Thank you for watching. We're basically Sesame Street guys.
Totally educational program and mind flare tips.
Yeah, and Mind Flayer anatomy. But yeah, we're going to Larval.
You guys have made your way off of the island. The sun is now down. Those of you who have been up all morning are starting to get tired, and you're kind of getting ready to do your transition over to the next shift. Let's see. Jump over here. Vasu or Ace, did you guys have anything, or are these old?
Yeah, I just before I forget to do it, because I keep forgetting to do it between sessions, I just want to if nobody else wants the fire lance or the still stones within it, I want to take those and try to put them in my spear just while we're traveling. I figure we'll have some downtime.
Yeah.
Easy enough to do. You guys can kind of do that overnight. So let's do some overnight crafting.
Cool.
And I'm gonna go find Gale at some point and talk to him.
Yes, I'd like to take him watch with Moat and chat with him also.
Cool. We'll do these one at a time. We'll do Vasu crafting, and then we'll do Ace talking to Gale, and then we'll do Moat and Nordo. So let's go and do the crafting first. You're trying to pull the stones out of the hammer and the lance, is that right?
Just the lance, I think. What kind of stones does the hammer have in it?
So the lance has 2 orange stones in it, and the hammer has 1 red stone in it.
Yeah, I just kind of want the orange stones for now. We got plenty of red stones floating around.
All right. If Gale is up for
Also,
it.
to clarify one more time, the lance is a lance, right? It's not like flavor it is spears or
it is actually a lance.
For weapon proficiency. Dang it! Yeah, I'll try to take him out then.
All right. Are you trying to take him out yourself, or are you going to get Gale's help?
I mean, I'll get a help, or I'll help Gale. I have jeweler's kit proficiency, however much assistance I can offer with that. But yeah, I figure it's mostly going to be on Gale.
Yeah, mostly on Gale to remove anyway. So if Gale is willing, that's easy enough. It just takes half an hour.
Hey, Gale! Gale!
32, 33, 34.
Gale!
What?
You need some help counting your gold?
Yes.
Cool. Well, you can do a favor for me in return then.
Okay.
I'm gonna kind of nudge open the door with my jeweler's kit tucked under one arm and the lance in the other. And they're like, I need these things. I need to pluck them out of here. I need them. You stopped at 34, by the way.
What for?
I want to put them in my spear. Isn't it obvious?
So you need me to remove them and then put them into your spear.
Yeah.
So that's 2 favors.
I mean, I can help with the second part. I think.
Can he?
Not really, unless
I know. Okay. What the hell did I take Jeweler's Kit proficiency?
Jeweler's Kit will let you merge stones, and you can also like make magic jewelry and stuff. Like anything related to making jewelry, you could make magical.
Okay.
And also you can merge stones.
Okay. If we found, like, hypothetically speaking, if we found, like, still stones in Matrix or something, could I help cut them into a usable shape?
Yeah, and I'd actually say you can probably remove these stones on your own too. So you could reduce this
Cool.
to 1 favor if you wanted.
Okay, yeah, I just need 1 favor from you.
All right, he's already pulled
I'll
the
pop
stones
the
out.
stones out myself.
Yeah.
Bitch.
Oh man. Maybe not.
There's no check associated with pulling them out. It just
Oh.
takes time.
Okay, that's good. So I'm like, oh hey, never mind. I just remembered I know how to do this plot. And I'll sit down in the room next to you for a half an hour, noisily like prying these gems out of this lance while you try to
35.
count your gold.
36. Basu, do you really have to do that?
Oh,
yet?
you dirty son of a bitch! Come out of there!
37.
What kind of fucking glue did they use in this thing?
39. 40.
Eventually, it does pop free.
How many stones? You said there were 2
Alright.
orange stones in the lance.
There
so a
are.
half hour for
No, it's 15 minutes for each. So 1 pops free,
Okay.
and then 15 minutes later the other pops free. You get yourself a
Basu
2-4 and a
cusses
3-8.
the entire time.
Of course,
Sorry, I talked over that. What were they?
you're good. There's a 2-4 and a 3-8. Both orange.
Not really sure what those numbers mean, but cool.
Means they're pretty powerful, but they're not particularly
Cool.
dense.
I'm gonna take them both.
All right.
Okay, Gale. Now I need your help.
Alright, well, you're very lucky that we leveled up, because this is now just within my range of capabilities.
Imagine that. Very
Oh.
perfect timing.
Alright, and I will try and remake his shit. Believe it's 12 now.
Gotcha.
Sick. Good to know. Okay. That is just enough for these two. Are you basically just trying to get the exact same effects, but in your weapon?
I forget what the effects were. Let me look up real quick. I think they were pretty cool.
See.
So I
That's
probably
what I'm doing. Want it or not.
Cool.
All right.
Yeah, I like that. The 1d6 extra fire damage and the cone of fire. That's great. Because it's already magical.
Yeah, it's magical even if you don't activate the power.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
Sick. Go ahead and give me a Tinker Schools check, Gale.
Can I
Alright.
provide like help or anything?
If it was jewelry, yes. Or if
Toto-
your Arcana was better
Toto
than his,
will
but I
take-
think he's good.
Noted.
Toto will take the help action, and I will give myself guidance.
Vasu will be there for emotional support.
Toto can help. But Vasu can?
I was going to say, I don't think Toto is proficient in Arcana or Tinker's. Oh, no, he's got the repair
Toto
tool, doesn't he?
Toto is specifically designed to assist me
Yeah, that's...
with tasks. If he can't assist me with this, I'll be upset, and I will make it my mission to craft him a third arm
That's valid.
specifically for assistance.
I do need to check on guidance real quick. I think it has to be something that's active the entire time. Buffs only count
I'll
if
just
they're...
say, I'll just keep casting it.
So buffs only count if they're
Cantrip.
out for at least half an hour of the crafting session. With that said, I guess if somebody was like tapping you the entire time, they could do it. I'm gonna rule that you at least need somebody else in the party to do it for you every minute.
I can't just extend the crafting time and like cast it every minute on myself. Give myself a pep talk every time I screw in a bolt.
Okay, I'm gonna let you do it this one time just because it bumps it from a 25 to a 30. But then I'll come up with a proper ruling on it between sessions. But anyway, for now, 30, it behaves even better than expected. So let's see what this thing does on your fancy new weapon. What kind of weapon is it?
It's a spear.
One spear of something.
Just a
fancy.
simple spear, because I have to use simple weapons.
All right. While I'm writing all that up, I guess let's jump to Ace, who wanted to talk to Gale.
All right. I'm assuming that I'm probably gonna walk in while he's doing all this crafting, then, since it's gonna take a long time.
Probably.
So I walk in there, and I'm assuming he's in the middle of crafting. Hey, Gale, you have a moment? Or if you're busy, I can talk to you later.
Yeah, just a second. I cast guidance on myself. Okay. I can only talk for a minute at a time, though. Cast guidance again.
All right.
Crap.
So,
Just hear me muttering under my breath periodically.
So, I know we're gonna head to Salt Bowl at some point, and I know it's pretty dangerous there. So I got this new spell that might be able to help. I haven't really used it yet, and he casts it, and he just disguises himself as Gale. So like, if you need someone to like be a double, I can see what I can do.
Oh, you would go to prison for me? That's really
Well,
sweet.
I'm pretty fast, I guess, and if they captured me and then I turned out not to be you, they probably wouldn't keep me.
Well, they'd probably kill you.
Yeah, well, I don't know, maybe.
Well,
Just
if that ever happened, I promise I'll make sure that Nomad's okay.
I mean, I don't plan on dying, so probably it would be like, oh no, let's split up, and then there's two of you, and then they're not just gonna follow, and it's gonna make it easier to escape.
Oh shit.
What? Did I distract you too long?
No, I just 1 second, and I'm gonna get up and I go and like think about who to talk to about this, and eventually I settle on Yule, and I go and try and find Yule for a second.
She's around here somewhere. What's Yule up to?
I don't know.
Just kind of settling in for the night. You guys have just taken off.
Yeah.
A little after dinner.
Yule?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're very pleasant and socially competent. I have a question for you about awkward social engagements.
Oh, okay.
So, what do you do if somebody does something really nice for you, out of the goodness of their heart that would put them in danger, but they do it anyways because they care, but you yourself are capable of doing that exact thing?
I mean, why don't you just do it then?
Well, I feel like that would stomp on his nice gift and the offer.
I mean, if it's putting you in danger, then I guess it just depends on which life you value more. And if you think they're worth that or not.
That's a valid point. Thanks, Yule. This has been very informative. Go back to Ace. Like, thanks, Ace. That means a lot. Hopefully, it won't ever come to that. But if it does, I promise I'll try and not let you die in prison horribly for my sake.
He just gives you a thumbs up, and then like pats Toto on the head, and then walks out. Still looking like you, of course.
Obviously. Obviously, you spent a spell slot. You're gonna keep that up for the whole hour.
And then I go find Nomad, and I'm like, hey, Nomad, you dropped your pocket, and then I walk away.
Alright, he heads back
Nomad's like,
down. Oops, sorry.
thank you, friend Gale. Oh no,
Imagine-
my pocket disappeared.
I imagine this whole time Basu's kind of just been staring awestruck at whatever his new fancy spear is doing, but he kind of looks up and he's like, is that 2 gales? Did I see 2 gales?
What year is it?
Eventually, after 2 hours and 5 pounds of lead powder have been consumed, the spear is done, and it behaves very similarly to the lance, but a little bit better.
What's the improvement?
The DC is much higher for the deck save on the cone, first of all, because he rolled really well. And it also, while the spear's power is active, 1 hour a week, it gets a +1 to attack and damage rolls.
Woo!
Basu is rock hard right now.
You do also, just as a reminder, have a sword and a pendant that Gale lifted from the tomb of Tomarello that have not been identified, that are both very obviously magical.
Technically, Nordo has a sword. I still have the pendant, though.
Pendant, you say? You need any help removing the magical possible stone from that?
Identified.
We can call it a favor.
I would have handed the sword to Moat.
I'm probably just holding on to it then.
I will take an hour and try to identify the necklace.
Alright. I don't have stones in here yet, but this is what it does. Here we go.
For what it's worth, I don't have identify. I am just attuning to it.
Oh, excellent. You attune to it. You take an hour or so to wear this necklace and focus on it and study it. And once you kind of make your connection, you feel just this warmth that kind of spreads from your heart up the sides of your neck, kind of into the base of your jaw. And you learn its properties. Ooh, and that additionally is not supposed to be there.
What additionally? Oh, additionally. I
There
bring
we
the
go.
swords
Cool.
to Moat, and I ask him if he'd like me to take it to Yule, because I need to talk to Yule anyway. And they'll
That'd
bring it back.
be fantastic. I can walk with you if you want.
I think Nordo wanted to talk to you about something.
True. I hand the sword over.
Got a watch or whatever.
Yeah. My thing will happen after theirs. Okay, I take the sword to Yule.
You can go ahead.
Who, Moat or me?
You can go ahead,
Yeah.
Nomad.
Yeah, no matter
sure,
you go
no.
for it.
Oh, okay. I just take the thing to Yule. And I'm like, hello, Grandmother Yule C. Grandmother C. What do you call me?
Oh, well, what do you mean?
I struggle with nicknames sometimes. It is easy to say friend. Can I call you friend? Friend C?
I mean, if you want to.
I want to.
Yeah, it doesn't really bother me what you call me.
This sword we found, it seems to be magical, and we're not sure what it does. It might be safer to identify it before anything else happens.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can take a look at that.
I actually meant to talk to you about something else. A favor, if you will.
Oh, I don't know about no favors, though.
How about a favor now, and I will owe you a favor in the near future?
Well, I mean, is favor one of those weird underground terms for money?
I do not know. I shut and locked the door. Money is not my strong suit. Like, did you know milk is only worth 3,600 gold? Last I heard, it was 4,000.
I mean, if that's what you're buying it for, then I can sell some to you.
Oh no, I never buy milk.
Oh, well, I have brain milk.
What?
What? Brain does not make milk, does it? Is that new? Is that like soy milk? They make milk out of anything nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, it's like almond milk. Like, you know how they milk the almonds? Yeah, I just do the same with brain.
I cannot.
It's a really vile visual image.
I cannot fathom it. Just right now. Perhaps when we go to a brain milking plant, that would be interesting.
Oh, yeah. I think you'd like it quite a bit.
You have tried the brain milk.
Oh, no, I've never tried it. I don't really have a good taste for brain.
That is fair.
It's not exactly my cup of milk.
Well, not many people do have taste for brains. But you yourself are very tasteful. You are a good chef.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I try to be. I've had quite a few years to practice, so at this point, if I wasn't, then I'd be a little bit worried.
Hmm. Could you perhaps show me how to make something sweet?
I mean, if you want.
Some form of pastry. Perhaps with almonds, but not really. I do not know if that makes milk when you bake it.
Oh, no, you have to milk the almonds.
I do not know how to milk an almond.
Oh, I'll show you sometime.
Do almonds have nipples?
Oh, yeah.
Fascinating. They do look like little brains. And we just work on some pastry stuff, I guess.
Sure.
That's it.
You also brought the sword in. Are you doing anything?
Yeah,
with
the sword. Yeah, I answered like that.
Yeah, I can identify it. I don't know which one do you want to do first.
How do we identify it first? Well, I prepare the workstation, I guess.
All right. While he's cleaning up the kitchen, you identify it, and you get this.
That's really nice. It's very fitting.
It's very fitting.
It is. Sounds like we should take those stones out and put them in Moat's legacy.
It sounds like it.
And I will get the I'll get the stones for these shortly. Forgot to do it between sessions. I guess go ahead and let me get a cooking tools check from Yule and another wisdom check from Nomad.
What do you need?
Cooking tools. You can use either int or wisdom, depending on whether you're like baking or frying or whatever.
And wisdom is for learning, right?
Wisdom for learning cooking, yeah. Well, I'll say you can use either wisdom or int, depending on whether you're baking or cooking. Oh my god, guys.
We're both. It's okay. Like shit, I'm probably distracting her. But if that's intelligence, it's 4 higher.
All right. A lot of the reason why it's going poorly is because it's getting very, very windy outside, and the ship is kind of getting rocked around quite a bit.
You need to be really still when you're milking nuts.
Yeah. It's very hard to milk. It's very hard to reach the nipple.
But yeah, you start to understand why the oh my god, what is the fucking name for a kitchen on a ship? How have I forgotten this?
Galley?
Galley.
That's right.
Yeah, you're starting to remember or realize why the galley of a ship is designed the way it is. is because ships rock a whole bunch, and that's true for airships too, unless they're Class A. And there's a lot of movement. It's not a very good, like, clean, safe baking environment. You eventually are able to churn out, like, some passable little shortbread cookies, but it's not great. And you don't have a lot of the, like, really nice sweet confectionery ingredients that you need either.
We don't have much to work with here.
Yeah, you have some, but it's all magical, and you don't want to burn your like mana making normal cookies. I'm guessing.
We've got like ashy stuff going on.
All right.
But I'm very proud of them.
Yeah, it's a start.
Yeah.
Let's jump to Ace real quick. What you got?
I was actually also hoping to talk to Yule after I stopped being Gale.
Sure, go for it.
So I was gonna go find her.
Yeah, you find the two of them in the kitchen, and Nomad is kind of things up.
I think Nomad said he locked the door. Is it still locked?
He did lock the door, yeah.
There are two doors, fortunately.
Yeah.
He's locked
I'll, like,
the northern
knock
one.
on the door, I guess, because I don't want to just, like, barge in if someone's locked the door.
Come in.
I guess I just pick the lock, just come in.
Come in. The door is
There's
locked.
2 doors. He just said that. If one's locked, you can just go to the other one.
Oh, okay.
The
Then I go to the
other
other door.
door's
Then I
open.
go to the other door. And I just kind of walk on over here, and I just sit down and watch it. I'm like, Yule, I have a question for you. You seem to be very knowledgeable on just a lot of random things.
Oh, yep.
Have you ever seen a Kinku with one red eye and one black eye? Maybe a sailor?
What do you think?
Give me a history check. Joker has one black eye and one red eye, for sure. You... Ooh, that's a good question. Hang on. No, you the only one that comes to mind is Joker. You've seen kobolds with red eyes and you've seen kobolds with black eyes, but you've not seen any that have one and the other aside from Joker.
I said Kinku.
King.
Oh, Kinku. Oh boy, 20.
Well, my best friend does, obviously.
Obviously, totally. No. In fact, red eyes on Kinku. That's not a natural trait. You've definitely never seen that on a Kinku.
Okay.
All right.
Oh,
Well,
no, I don't think I have.
all right. Well, thank you.
Oh, for sure. I'll keep my eye out.
What you guys up to?
I'll just milking some nuts.
I remember my first time. Well, see ya, I guess. Have fun, Nomad.
God,
And I go back to
fucking
go
damn
I
do
wave.
whatever.
it. Yule is helping me milk my nuts.
Also, as I'm leaving, I switch to Gale's voice and I'm like, "Hey, Nomad, you dropped your pocket again." And I just like leave.
What? Oh, my nuts.
Ooh, boy. Alright. Okay. Let's go and do Nordo and Moat, I believe, had a scene on, like, 34th Watch. Let's do it.
I have
Yes.
to Google milk almonds.
Just on whenever our watches, Nordo would come above deck while presumably Moat's trying to sail the ship. And he's got his sketch.
Trying his best.
Just gives you a nod and says, "Nice evening, isn't it?"
It's really nice out. What you drawing?
Well, here, I'll show you. And he pulls it out and shows it to you. It's a drawing of you fighting the scion of the Ryujin. There's a quote bubble up above you that says, "The scales demand you fall." And you specifically would be really the one to notice because you've been traveling with Nordo for like a couple months now. He's gotten a lot better at this. Like when you first met him, he was like 6th grade level art class. And now he's like, 10th grade level art class. He's still not great, but he's getting better at drawing.
Nordo, that looks amazing. Did you draw that?
Yeah, it's a work in progress, but started it while I was on the can, not feeling too well.
Well, it looks incredible.
I'm gonna finish it up real quick and then wanted to chat with you if you don't mind.
Yeah, not at all.
He takes like another 10 minutes just kind of like sit on the deck and finish his sketch and then close the book up. Lights his tobacco pipe. Can you tell me again about that dream you had?
Yeah, not a problem. I guess I don't really. I mean, kind of like I already told you. When I was a little kid, I had a dream about I was wandering in some forest and it came across this. I mean, now I know it's a monastery. At the time, I didn't, but it was just kind of like this location on the side of a cliffside, and I walked into an open courtyard, and there was just this figure standing there waiting for me. And you know, later on in life, find my way to the order, wind up on some island, and I recognize it as super familiar. Find my way to that very same courtyard, and there you are.
And now here we are, half a world away, and done with your mission, found these remains, doing all this work.
And that's right.
And you
I
think
told you we were destined.
all that is destiny?
Yeah, what else could it be?
He just kind of ponders for a bit.
Look,
Accident.
I'm not asking you to like jump ship and blindly follow me or whatever. I know that I'm asking for a lot and I can come across as a little much, but I really do think that I don't think Adria would have shown me that for no reason, Nordo. I think you're important. And I think what we're doing is important.
I don't mean any disrespect or anything, but I mean, if this is my destiny and it's what Adria wants from me, my destiny was to have my father killed in front of me by slavers and be taken with my sister and separated from her as a child, raised in a war band and killed for them and stole for them and murdered. And that's what it took to wind up here. Guess you'll just pardon me if destiny doesn't sound all that great to me.
He
So
kind
it's not,
of pauses for a second, and he just looks off and waits for you to continue.
it's not you, it's not personal. I understand you have a great destiny and you're fulfilling it, but I don't know if I want whatever destiny this is, if it is destiny, and I don't know if I believe in the force that would put someone through the things I've been through for some greater purpose.
I know you've been through a lot, and I know that it must be really hard to. I guess I don't really know how to say this. I know that I've been very fortunate in my life, and it's probably easier than I'd like to admit for someone in my position to be like, it's just balance, it's destiny. But I'm not going to force you to stick around with me or do something you don't want to do or anything like that. And I'm not asking you to believe that you're destined for something greater, but I think you are, and I think you've more than paid your dues. I think Adria's going to rebalance your life, and even if you don't buy that or whatever, it doesn't matter. But I'd like to think we're more than just traveling companions at this point, Nordo, and I'm not going anywhere. So whether you want to keep going or you want to go find your sister or you want to just go back to some town and just take a breather for a bit, I'm with you, okay?
I appreciate that. It's not, I don't intend on leaving or anything. I've grown to like all these people, and honestly, Moat, you're my only real friend, my best friend anyway. And I don't know. Guess I just don't quite buy the whole destiny thing, but I hope you're right. I hope that there's better times coming.
That's okay. Destiny doesn't, always make itself apparent, but I think you're due for greatness.
He kind of just shrugs and... Sorry, go ahead, Justin.
Go ahead.
That's basically it. He kind of just shrugs, and I don't know what your passive insight is, but he doesn't look entirely like
Dog
convinced. And you probably think his deception is probably as bad as your insight, so it's just a very awkward. Neither of us probably knows what the other one is trying to communicate.
As you guys are kind of wrapping up your conversation, you both kind of spot from the southwest, moving fairly rapidly eastward. It's going to intercept with you in probably 20 or 30 minutes. Just a big front, a cold front that has a lot of heavy rain, and it appears to be a little bit of snow and sleet mixed in with it. That is kind of crawling across a couple of islands that you're slowly approaching. And because the two of you are on watch, let me get a perception check from each of you.
You cut out what?
Because the two of you are on watch, let me get a perception check from each of you. From Moats and Nordo.
I'll specifically look for birds of some kind.
Sure. All right. Excellent. Perfect. Delightful. All right. You don't spot any living creatures, any birds or anything like that. At least not from this distance. You imagine there probably is some on these islands, but nothing visible from here. You would actually spot, kind of like right along the coast. Actually, in the rain and the weather, they wouldn't even be out. So no, you don't really see any wildlife. You kind of keep an eye on the front. You keep an eye in the ship's heading, watching the back carefully, just making sure that nothing really sneaks up on you. It's very cloudy. There's not a lot of light out. I don't believe either one of you has dark vision, correct?
I do.
Goggles.
Okay, perfect. Okay, all right. You definitely need them. Obviously, the ship is lit, but seeing beyond the ship is very difficult without a lot of moonlight, and the clouds are obscuring most of it. And it does eventually kind of intercept the ship about the time that you finish your conversation. And there's just like this patter at first of the rain hitting the canvas and the leather of the balloon above you. And then as the wind kind of hits, it gets a little cold. Some of the precipitation starts to make its way past the balloon, clattering on the edges of the wooden deck. Those of you in sleep inside can start to hear it kind of tapping gently on the windows and on the deck above you. Temperature drops pretty rapidly as you travel this way. But apart from that, the night goes mostly smoothly. Mostly. There is a point around second watch, before Flick is, while Flick is still manning the ship and Mode is still sleeping, where, well, let's do these one at a time. Vasu, you have, kind of a restless sleep, and you wake up and you feel this just, like, burning sensation in your chest, like really bad heartburn, or an upset stomach or something, and you start wondering if maybe it was Nordo's cooking, but you wouldn't dare suggest that even to yourself. But as you kind of sit up and try to figure out what this pain in your chest is, everything around you suddenly goes dark. And you realize you're probably still dreaming, hopefully, because you're just suspended in this darkness. And in front of you, you see this tiny little mote of flame. You stare at it kind of closely, watch it, and it starts to kind of waver and do this flickering dance until all at once it bursts into these two large wings of fire. And one of the wings seems to kind of burst away from you, and the other one seems to burst towards you, and it rushes around you and wraps you up in this heat, and you can feel it. It's almost like charring or burning your skin, but it continues, and you don't feel pain after the first moment or two. It just feels kind of warm and comfortable, and then you kind of don't really remember much else. You drift back to sleep, the dream kind of ends, and you wake up in the morning feeling refreshed. Moat, you have the exact same dream.
Ooh.
But
Spicy.
Interesting.
when you guys wake up in the morning, everything appears pretty normal. With a small exception that you guys really only know on a meta basis, but you'll find out soon enough. Let me make sure I'm not revealing too much over here. Good. Vasu, you've learned a new ability.
What?
What is it? What is it?
What?
Moat's Ember.
What?
That joke about becoming Friendship C is becoming canon now.
So feel free to make a note about that. But apart from that, everything else goes smoothly overnight.
That's cool as fuck.
Does this mean that I'm
That's
gonna be
so
Yule's
dope.
partner in crime?
I told you.
God.
Can I
So,
use my once per day thing to detect
Important
fire?
question,
Uh-huh.
because it's a distinguishing factor between flavor and like actual mechanical word.
Sure.
Are you talking about when he spends a smite?
Right. When he spends a spell slot or mana, in this case, to perform a smite, a paladin smite on a creature.
Okay.
Just divine smite or any smite?
Just divine smite. Yeah, so like brandishing smite and all those don't work.
Okay.
Really, they should.
it's not
because
like-
those things are shit.
But it's not like smiting as in when he kills. You gotta actually smite them.
Oh, right. It has to be a divine smite.
Okay, I love this, and I'm so curious.
Does it
And-
work with his
Told you.
reach weapon?
Conspicuous.
Yeah, it works with any weapon that he's holding. Notably, it doesn't work for unarmed strikes. It has to be a weapon, but
But like, can he do it from reach, or does it have to be within 5 feet of him?
no, he can do it from any reach.
So the only caveat is that he has to smite a creature that's next to me,
Correct, yes.
and I could hypothetically ignite my sling and attack
Sure.
a creature with. Okay, that's
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
I am rock hard.
This is the sickest shit I've ever seen in my life.
But with that, it is morning. It's cold. For a lot of you, it's well, yeah, I guess almost all of you have experienced at least a little bit of cold, except for maybe Nordo.
Guess I haven't really.
Maybe Flick, just depending on, like, if you've traveled a little bit. But yeah, Nordo, this is probably a little bit new for you. The rest of you have probably experienced cold and snow. With that said, it's very sudden. None of you have gone from, like, the sweltering heat of Vajrabyada over to the, moderate normalcy of the rib of the world to freezing cold over the course of, like, a week. You guys do get your short rest. That makes today Tuesday. That has not been updated for level 5 yet. So you might have to check your own shit to make sure that it's correct. I'll try to get that updated between sessions. But you can see that down below you are starting to travel over some islands that just kind of have this wintry coat that covers up these evergreen trees, these white-laden forests. Now that you're flying over them, you can see that there's a lot of wildlife down there. You see some very large elk. You don't really see many signs of, like, civilization. You don't spot any houses or towns or cities. It appears to just be this big stretch of wintry land with a lot of wildlife in it.
Still any birds? Any birds around?
You have. You can definitely see that there are just flocks of. It's hard to tell exactly what kind, but maybe ravens or crows. There's one flock that gets close enough that you can actually make them out as geese. That kind of fly past you. They look a little bit
Okay.
curious.
As the geese fly by, I gesture to Vasu. I'm like, "Hey, Vasudeva, can I have some of your sunflower seeds? Just a couple of them."
What? For some freeloading geese? No, that's mine.
I just want to talk to him.
Yeah, fine, I guess so.
I attempt to use sunflower seeds to attract a goose down here.
Sure. Give me animal handling. Gale, give me a perception check. I cannot express how deeply I appreciate your paranoia. Because I associate with it strongly. Nordo takes a moment to, try to attract some of the geese over. And a lot of them just, can't be fucking bothered. They're geese. They're on geese business. But then, 2 or 3 of them kind of, they get a little curious, and they come over when they see you waving around something that looks vaguely food-like. And you toss it on the deck, and those, 2 or 3 geese kind of land with a flap, and they start honking angrily at you guys, trying to get you to, back off so they can eat this food that you've given them. Because, they don't know the meaning of don't bite the hand that feeds you. And as soon as those first 2 yeah. As soon as those first 2 or 3 geese land and start eating, all of the other geese suddenly are like, oh shit, there's food. So there's 25 or 30 geese coming your way.
Alright, so as these geese begin to congregate on our boat, Nordo sits down and continues to just scatter sunflower seeds to keep them around. And he sits down
lead them?
cross-legged and closes his eyes, and the tattoos all over him start to kind of shift and move and stuff like they do when he rages. And he does that for about 10 minutes.
Okay. Excellent. Gale, you get a really good close look at these geese. They all come over. They're about as big as you are, some of them. And a few of them get a little bit pecky and aggressive because they think you're trying to get at their food. But you get a good look at them.
Gale is just stumbling around in the morning sun. Just can't see shit.
Yeah. It's a little overcast, thankfully, and also it's still kind of drizzling a little bit. But none of them appear mechanical. They all appear to be real geese. Real angry little bastards. They're shitting all over the deck because they're geese. But Nordo, you close your eyes and you focus and you begin to cast this ritual. And all of these angry honks and geese noises begin to kind of shift and, hey, fuck you, buddy! No, fuck you! This is my food! No, fuck you! Fuck you! It's my food! Get the fuck away! Man, what's your problem?
Which one of y'all wants some meat?
Oh shit, did he just talk? I think he just talked. Oh fuck. Meat, what's meat?
Well, I'll show you if you give me a little information about these islands.
Okay, sure. What do you want to know? They're islands, there's, trees, there's snow. It's too cold. We're trying to fly somewhere a little better.
You're not from around here.
No. We're, way over, where it's warmer. That way. And he kind of motions, with his wing, that way. And points kind of westward.
I think I might be bothering the wrong folks then.
No, we traveled over it. Yeah, we traveled over it. I mean, fuck you, don't write us off so quick. We can tell you anything you want. What is this meat stuff?
I'll tell
Can
you
we
what.
eat meat?
I pull out a little bit of just jerky.
Oh, that's meat, that's
Hand it.
meat. And they just start running towards you.
Yeah, I try to give it to the strongest, fastest looking one.
2 of them start fighting each other, but one of them comes over. It's out of the way, give it to me, it's my meat. I got it. I earned it.
Alright, now I've got more where that came from, but I need a favor from y'all.
Alright, he starts chewing on it, and then starts choking, and eventually manages to get it down. And the other 2 are oh, what, is it good? Is it good? Hey, let me try it. I want to try it. Spit it back up so I can try it. It's no, fuck you, it's mine, I'm going to keep it. And it's pretty clear that he doesn't actually like it, but he refuses to let the others have it. It's his, right? Give me more meat. I want
makes
more
sense.
meat.
There's more meat, but I need a favor. Like I said, what I'm gonna have y'all do is just fly on down to those islands, get as close as you can, scope it out, just see what you can see.
Oh, we've
Take
been
about 20 minutes.
we've been
Come
down
on
there all
back
day.
to me. Well, I need you to do it for me. I'm gonna be watching.
Mm,
Then you come back up to me, and I'll give you some more of this meat.
I don't know, man. Give me your choice of
I got
persuasion.
bread. You like bread better?
Oh, bread. Bread. That's that first stuff, right? No, those
Yeah, I
were
got some bread.
those are seeds. That's right. Okay, give me your choice of persuasion or animal handling.
Yo, you holding out on me? You got bread?
I love bread. All right. Okay. All right. All right. All right. We'll be back. Don't tell the others though. It's just for us.
And then real quick before they go. Sorry, I don't know how to use Roll20. I place a hand on one of them and cast that.
Okay. All right.
Same
Excellent.
thing. Close my eyes. Tattoos start moving again.
All right. Go give me a luck check. All right, so you tap into the biggest, strongest goose, and you see he dives over. You can almost kind of feel the cold through him as he soars down towards the shore of this little island. He scouts it out a little bit, and you can see he's kind of staying about 100 or 150 feet off the ground, just trying to be safe with his two buddies at the side. And they eventually skim around until they find this little pond. And he dips down, and he kind of does one of those sliding, skating lands on this pond, which is frozen. And then he just kind of takes a few minutes and looks around. You can see under the surface of this frozen ice, there are a couple of these bright orange fish that seem very attracted to him, but can't get to him because there's ice in the way. They keep like kind of popping up and eyeballing him a little bit. And he makes his way over towards the edge of the pond. You can see that there's like a fox kind of on the other side, just bright orange and red that kind of stands out from the snow. And then he stays there for a little bit. He scouts around. You see that there's some bright berries. There are these tall evergreen trees. But he flies off and does another kind of swoop around until he gets somewhere a little bit different. This one is kind of by the shore. You can see it's this tall rocky cliff. There's snow that kind of drifts over the edge and floats its way down into the ocean, where there's like cold waves rolling over. And you do see that it looks old. It looks abandoned. The wood has kind of started to rot. The rope is frayed. But there is a very small little dock that has a couple of rowboats tied to it, and just like a little shack that again looks like it's been abandoned for some time. But it is at least some sort of sign that, you know, there was some civilization here at one point. And then he kind of flies down there, pokes around a little bit. You can see that there's these tiny little bright blue crabs that all skitter away from him as soon as he lands, and it's basically like a gravel beach here. And he looks around, pokes his nose in a few places, and then eventually you see he starts looking up, trying to figure out where the ship has gone. Spots it a good distance off now. It's been probably 20 minutes, but flies in that direction. And after that time is up, he eventually lands back on the deck of the ship and starts reporting all of these things that he's seen. He's like, all right, is it good? Kind of more of that meat stuff?
You did fine work. You want more meat or you want some more seeds? Either one, your choice.
Seeds are good. Seeds are great.
Toss him a couple more sunflower seeds.
All right, yeah, all three of them start fighting over the seeds. He eventually shoves one of them out of the way, swallows them all down. At this point, most of the other geese have taken off. A few of them have kind of just decided this is their home now. There's two of them that are like hunkered down between the stairs, and they go off and they start squawking to each other. I don't know how long your speak with animals lasts. Is that still?
It only lasts 10 minutes, but I would have put it back up in time for the guy to arrive
Gotcha.
again. And I look to all the remaining geese and just say, much obliged for your assistance, but I think if y'all linger too much longer, my friends here are probably going to want to have you for supper.
Yeah, they get the point and immediately start squawking off and fly off to catch up with the rest of their buddies.
Gale was creeping up behind one of them as a flashlight.
If you want to go for it, give me a stealth check. can have some goose for dinner tonight. It's better than crab.
I want to try to distract the goose with small talk while Gale's doing that.
Sure. Yeah, I'll just say you've got stealth with advantage then.
I definitely have disadvantage with the way that my eyes work.
Fair.
I'm gonna whenever one starts falling off the deck, I'm just gonna shoot it with an arrow.
Okay, it's so it cancels out. You've just got a 16 there. Let's grab this.
Oh, it's a 13. I wouldn't have been able to cast guidance because it's verbal.
That's fair. No, this goose ain't having none of that shit. Yeah, he's on the lookout. You get
Right,
like
how much damage does it give me?
Oh
Man, those things have nasty beaks. I will accept whatever punishment this thing dishes out.
If a 19 hits, you take 1 point of damage before it flies off.
Oh, it sure.
Can I shoot it with an arrow?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Wrath of
Do I have advantage because my ranger bullcrap about, or has it acted? Again.
Give me an initiative roll. We'll do yours against his. He's just a flat d20. Oh, he's on point. This is like the hero goose. Yeah, no, just a regular attack. Oh, that's still fucking plenty. He's got 4 health. Oh, 5 health. Sorry, I lied. Yeah. So he starts leaping over towards to Gale, climbs on top, and just starts going to town with the beak and the claws and the wings, and it's honestly a bit of a mess. But then this arrow flies over, pegs him through the neck. The other geese are like, "Whoa, fuck these guys! Let's get out of here! Cheese it!" And this guy becomes dinner whenever you're ready.
Eventually, Nomad like emerges from the bottom. He's like narrow-eyed. He's like, "Are the awful hissing creatures gone?"
Yes, they're gone now,
yeah.
friend.
The devils have left.
Thanks, Ace. Do you think we've
No
unlocked our
problem.
combo attack now?
Like, I don't even know how Vasu unlocked theirs.
Who knows, man?
Hey, Gale, if you ever have a chance and you're able to make one of those windy bow things you have, I can give you money for it.
I might be able to make one at some point.
My bow doesn't work very well underwater, and this planet's full of water.
I can definitely make you like a regular crossbow, at the very least. I don't know if I can make one that reloads quite as quickly as this one, though.
Well, a regular crossbow wouldn't work too well with me, unfortunately.
I mean, underwater it would be that, or death. So it might be good to have even just like a small like hand one, just in case. But it's your choice.
I'll think on it.
If you don't take it, I hear that punching a shark in the nose will make it go away.
I'll just punch it with my sword.
Apologize for the distraction there. I just thought they might have some information we could use.
Oh, did you find
Oh, they were friends? I didn't realize that.
Yeah, sorry. I don't know if you all can understand me when I'm doing that, but
No, you just started honking, and
Yeah,
I
are you
kind of thought
talking
you
to
were
them?
possessed or something.
Hey, question for you, Feck. Since as a ranger I can communicate simple ideas with animals, like how does that translate to whatever he was just doing?
So the ranger thing is it's a very primal sense. You can tell it's like just being a really, really good animal person. It's kind of communication, but it's more like mind reading. You can just tell, like, oh, this animal is hungry and they feel at peace. Or this animal is scared and threatened, but it's only because their children are nearby, and if I can make sure that I don't look threatening, then they'll relax. Like, you get very vague ideas like that, but it doesn't really translate well to language. The magic of his
Gotcha.
thing is actually, like, he started speaking goose. He started honking.
Gotcha.
Ranger thing is Caesar Milan.
Exactly.
Also, I'm gonna I'm gonna primeval awareness to see if there's any humanoids within 50 miles or 5 miles.
5 miles. Let's see. Each of these is 24. I'm sorry. Each of these is 36. So you ping every once in a while. As you guys were leaving that island, you didn't get any pings for humanoids. You don't have your greater favored yet, right? That's much later.
Not yet.
You ping every once in a while. As you start to continue southward, though, you do find another larger island that is very the same kind of like cold climate, lots of evergreen, lots of tall mountains, and you don't get any pings for anything within 5, even as you kind of approach the shore. However, you do notice as you approach the shore here, everything is getting very foggy. It's this cold, dense fog that kind of rolls through. At first, the snow kind of like picks up into this heavier blanket of snow, but then you realize the snow is kind of dissipated and it's just been replaced with this wall of white, this mist or this fog that really limits your vision beyond maybe, I don't know, 80 or 90 feet or so. So you can tell you're above land, but you can barely make shapes out on the land. It's just every once in a while you see like a dark spot that's probably a tree. That sort of thing.
Gotcha. Hey, Nordo, how did you do that, by the way? Was that magic?
I suppose so. It was something I learned from Regat, who's the one who taught me to fight when I was with the orcs. This is all in Orcish. It's, I don't know, I suppose it's magic. Something he taught me.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I haven't used it in a long time. I wasn't sure if it was going to work or not, but although we didn't get a whole lot out of it, didn't look like there was much down there. I followed that goose down, and it was just trees and ponds and critters of various sorts. There was a little dock with some boats and a tower, but looked like it was old. Maybe something used to be here, but doesn't look like there's anything here now.
You think it's worth checking out?
Yeah, seems like a wild goose chase.
Oh no.
He does like a hearty chuckle.
No, we should probably stay focused on what Flick needs to get done. It was just, I thought there might be something of interest down there, but I didn't see much.
All of the ropes snap, the balloon flies off, the ship plummets to the ground, and you all die.
Sad times. And Nomad keeps mopping the deck as it's falling.
Of course. The rest of that evening or that day of travel goes pretty uneventfully, unless you guys want to make it eventful by doing something.
I'm going to ask.
Communicate with the rest of the party what I saw, and just if anyone wants to stop down there and check that stuff out. But
I imagine, like, you know that scene in Titanic when the musicians were just, let's go down with the ship and start playing. That's Nomad, but with a mop. But, what did you see down there again?
I didn't see much. My magic let me see through the goose while he flew down there, and he flew to a little pond that had some fish in it, and some trees and snow and fox. And then he flew to a little tower that looked like it was old, uninhabited, had a little dock. But I didn't see anybody, didn't see anything really of interest unless there is something in that old place.
Ooh, that intrigues me. Towers usually equate to wizards. It is.
I mean, is that roughly what I saw? Effect with like a building with a dock.
Building is a strong word for it. It honestly just looked like a little fishing shack. It's probably just like a one bedroom little house. It's got like a furnace or a stove where some guy, like, he was basically an outlander or a wilderness dude that lived on the lake, or not even the lake, but like the shore.
So I don't describe it as a tower. I describe it as a house. Fishing.
Oh, okay, I changed my mind.
I don't sense any people down there.
It might take more time. It might delay us. But do you think there's anything worth looking for down there?
Did it look like lived in? Did I see like smoke coming out of the chimney? You
It,
said it looked old,
it
right?
looked old, kind of rotted, abandoned. There was no smoke in the chimney, no recent footprints.
It didn't look like somewhere where anyone's been in a long time. I mean, I don't think we'd find anything down there but spoiled food and a body.
Oh, we should probably leave it then. Tell you what, do Ace and Gale want to try flying? One at a time, 10 minutes each.
Just for flying or for something in specific?
Just for flying.
I mean, yeah, that sounds fun. I would like that.
Yeah, now since we're out in the open air, this sounds like a better time to do. It would be sad, I think, to only use flight when we're doing something dangerous.
Do you really want to use all those spell points for this?
Your happiness is worth it.
Your happiness and your level 1. I mean, Gail, if you want to, I already got to yesterday, so I mean, I'm good for the moment. If you really want to.
Just make sure to return before 10 minutes is up.
He just goes over and hugs Nomad's leg.
He leans down and pats the top of your head.
As you start to lean down, he does back up and is like, "No tentacles, please."
No. I use my hand, do not worry. I lay a hand over your back where the wing stumps were. And the same kind of translucent purple energy kind of fills in what would have been kind of draconic. Like draconic wings. And back off. And you can fly.
Yeah, he goes and flies, pushing it to the very limits of the 10 minutes
120 feet per round, damn.
Hell yeah.
Gale disappeared.
Yeah, and Gale, you feel very comfortable with this. Again, like it's second nature for you. It's been a long time, but it feels similar. You can tell there's a little less physics involved, and more magic than what you remember, but it's a similar feeling, and it's refreshing.
Yeah, definitely dives down pretty low, and then gets lost for a little bit, and then comes back eventually.
Oh, there you are. I was worried you would not come back.
His face is all like scrunched up and horrible looking.
Is it wet? It's got bugs on it.
He's just squinting a lot.
We should get you smoky quartz for your eyes.
Yeah, between the bitter cold and the fog and mist, and the fact that you're cold-blooded, it was kind of an unpleasant flight, but still, it was a flight, so it's like sex and pizza. Even shitty flight is still flight.
Perhaps you should go to the galley and warm up for a...
That sounds good.
Hey, can you make me fly too?
Can you fly faster if I put this on you?
I smack Vasu.
Hey!
We
You know,
could
my
try it.
my wings get tired too.
We could try it sometime. I don't know what will happen. Good for experiments. I will make lots of notes.
No, madam. I'm sorry. That was a bad joke, and I got the response
Right.
for already. You're fine.
A joke.
I appreciate the thought, though.
I am still learning how to understand jokes, student.
Yeah, I was mostly just trying to get a rise out of Gale here.
You mean make him taller? Or levitate him?
No, I was trying to. I was just trying to get him a little steamed, you know.
Oh, he needs that. It is very cold out here.
Right. Yeah.
Nomad, he was trying to upset him to be funny.
Why would that be? Okay.
It's a prank, you know.
I've never heard of a prank before.
Remember when I
Oh,
told you
man.
you dropped your pocket and you thought it was real and then it wasn't real?
Yes. Oh. It
It's
was
like
some
that.
sort of comedic deception.
Yes, exactly.
Hmm. I will master this art of comedy one day. Then you will see. You will all see. And then I give Ace flight.
So like while you're like trying to cast it, like he's like bouncing up and down, kind of like a child who's like mom is putting on a winter coat so he can go play in the snow. Like he's like super excited for.
I actually wrap a scarf around your neck just to make sure.
And then he's just like, "Thank you," and he jumps off the ship and he just flies as high as he can go.
I wish he would not jump off sides like he just started flying.
You get the updraft.
All right. It goes smoothly. Again, it's very cold, but you're a little bit better suited for it. You kind of swoop low near the water, and then you see some very large shapes moving under the water and decide maybe that's a bad idea.
Just for the record, he flies literally as high as he can go.
Perfect.
First.
Yeah, you head
Before-
high up. Give me, I guess, a constitution check.
Oh no!
Can it be something else?
Strength?
I'll take the Constitution.
I was going to say, I don't think it's going to be any better.
Just a check?
Just to check. Yeah,
Oh,
you're able to-
no.
You go pretty high, and then you actually do break high enough that you kind of get out of this mist and this fog, and there's this kind of wave of warmth as a bit more of the sun hits you that you haven't seen in a couple days, and it feels nice. But then you start to feel very tired and a little bit winded, and after a couple minutes, you feel like you need to duck back down and get some more air and, make your way back to the ship.
I dive bomb it.
You do. You find the ship easy enough.
Perfect.
Let's see. Any other events today? Anybody want to do anything in particular?
I just announced that if anyone wants to try that, and I have like some magical power to spare, feel free to ask. And I continue
would.
mopping.
I'd like to explicitly request that you never use that on me unless it's an emergency. I would be very
Understood.
afraid.
And I try to imagine like wings on your turtle shell, kind of like some Goombas. Not Goombas. What do you call those?
Koopas?
Koopas. Yeah. The winged Koopa.
Called paratroopers.
They're paratroopa.
Nordo gets the shivers and goes below deck.
Ugh.
Ooh,
Paranordo.
Paranordos.
Nordo's
I
an
make
earth
a
an earth
delicious-
elemental.
Make a delicious goose dinner with onions and carrots.
Oh, that sounds nice. Can I have the brain? The
You
geese
certainly
have.
can.
Yay! It'll fit inside a walnut case.
Oh, I also want to see if Yule can identify my dice to see if they're magical or if they're just mundane.
Sure. You up for that, Yule? Oh no, Yule, are you there?
Yes, sir.
So you take 10 minutes, identify it, and they don't come up as magical.
Poop. Well, thank you anyway.
All right. The rest of the night goes smoothly. You guys start setting up watch.
I'll take first watch.
Yeah. Check a thing real quick.
Oh, you're back. Restarting Discord.
All right. Again, it rains really heavily overnight. It's very chilly, very cold. However, nothing unusual happens overnight. You do all get your short rest. But then in the morning... let me get perception checks from Yule and Nordo.
Also, I think my max mana is wrong on that.
It is. I need to update all of the rests. It's still
That's
level.
just making sure.
Yeah, I think you get 5 back now.
Okay. Well, I'm still at max though, so it's fine.
So let me get a perception check from Yule. Okay. So Yule and Nordo, as you guys are working together on breakfast in the morning, I assume that is kind of a routine at this point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. As you two, yeah. What's up?
Yeah, could I try and help with the dessert for breakfast?
Sure. If the two of them are willing to kind of help you through it, you can do that.
I just do simple things like whisking.
Okay. In that case, Nomad, give me a perception check with advantage.
Oh, someone poisoning us? 18.
Okay. As you guys are all kind of working together to make this breakfast, there is a point where Chi-Chi, now known as Blastoff Death Dragon, kind of comes in doing his morning routine. And he walks through the door. Oh, he doesn't get bigger suddenly. There we go. And he kind of walks around to the little supply cabinet here, fetches something out of it, like a broom or
Morning,
something.
blast off, Death Dragon. What you up to this morning?
Morning, I'm just getting some cleaning done, you know, the usual. How's cooking?
Not so bad. You gonna have some breakfast with us this morning?
I sure hope so. What are we having?
Have I ever seen Blast Off Death Dragon clean before?
Yeah, this, I mean, it's not like all the time, but this isn't unusual, I guess I should say. He's just kind of getting things cleaned up.
Gotcha.
I mean, give me an insight check. Yeah, seems pretty normal.
Sure.
And he goes in there and he grabs a broom and he starts to walk off. And as he walks off, all three of you notice at the exact same time, as he turns his back and starts to walk away, that hanging off the back of his neck is some big black bulb, like the size of a water balloon. And he just kind of walks off out through the door.
Hey, Blast Off, before you go,
Huh?
I hate
you mind,
that.
mind tasting this for me over here?
Sure. Ooh, what
Just
is
let
it?
me know if it's too salty.
All right. He comes over and he like stands on his tiptoes to try whatever it is.
Put a plate of, it's just eggs with way too much salt on it, and I would like to examine what the fuck is on his neck.
Yeah.
What?
He kind of like
is
takes the
that?
plate down and he grabs a fork and he starts to take a bite. He's like, oh, it's pretty good.
Salty.
A little salty, but you know, I like it that way. Thank you. And he hands the plate up. And as you kind of are taking a closer look, you can see that this bulb is basically the engorged abdomen of what appears to be a very large tick.
Oh, I hate it.
Is it like
Oh.
actually a tick? Does it look like a natural tick? Or is it like
It's huge. Like it's really, really, really large, which seems unusual. But you make out like a couple of little legs and a tiny little torso and a couple of these like beady little red eyes that are just like clamped on right at the back of his neck.
while
Oh,
he's trying the overly salted eggs, I want to take my chef's knife and just like try to pry the tick off while he's distracted.
but wait, I hear you have to burn, and I hold up like a torch, but it's magical and not hot at all.
No, that doesn't actually work. They just burrow in deeper when you do that. But I'm
Whoa.
already prying.
Whoa, 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 what are you doing? I'm not going to burrow into anything. What are you doing with that knife?
You've
Do
got
not
to
be alarmed.
do not be alarmed. But you have
Up.
something on your neck, and I just want to try to remove it. It's a big, gross bug.
What? Something on my neck. And he reaches his hand back and he kind of just like pats the back of his head and the back of his shoulder and then the back of the neck. His hand goes directly onto the bulb of this tick. It's like, what are you talking about? It feels fine.
What?
Just let me try to get it off there.
Was that always there?
My neck? Yeah, it's always been there.
No, not the neck. The creature attached to.
There, I don't know what you're talking about. It's just my neck.
I'm physically trying
Sure.
to pry it
Yeah.
off
Yeah,
with a knife
go
unless he's
ahead.
stopping me.
No, go ahead and give me, I guess give me athletics or an attack roll.
Excellent.
Oh no.
So you kind of put the knife there, and he's like being a little squirmy. He feels like maybe you're trying to kill him or something. But you know, he cooperates.
Go.
You've saved his life so far, and eventually he holds still. He's like, "Whoa, I don't know what this. I promise I can do better. Whatever is going on." But eventually, you kind of wedge the knife, the tip of it under, and all at once, you see this tick releases, crawls up your arm, and goes straight to the back of your neck, and attempts to chomp down and latch on.
Oh gosh. I immediately cast a spell on it.
It's a 23 hit.
A 23 does hit.
So we're going to jump into initiative in just a second, but real quick, what you immediately do, you, Nordo, you remember that you took this knife, you pried the tick off, and smooth as day, it just like fell to the floor, withered away into nothing, and died. That tick is gone. There is no tick.
And for rolling initiative.
Yeah, oh god.
So there is no tick, but you see Yule and Nomad are both like running over and looking at you real weird.
All right. I look down at the spot where the tick's just disintegrated into nothing, and I say, well, that's odd. Must not have been a normal tick. Just disappear like that.
Oh, it must be an aberration tick. Could you perhaps do a little once around, please? Just do a twirling motion with my... See if I can find it on...
I don't know why you need him to turn around again. We already got rid of it. But
Oh,
yeah,
no,
blast off Death Dragon, turn around for
No,
once.
I think he's talking about you.
Yeah.
And he's kind of like pointing a shaking hand at you.
Talking about me. Why would he be talking about me?
I saw it go up his arm, right? Or like, did I
Oh
not?
yeah, the rest of you guys saw everything that really happened.
Oh,
Nordo
oh,
doesn't
yeah,
remember it happening.
Okay, so here is a theory. This is some sort of memory-stealing insect, and currently you do not remember it existing, but it is very much attached to you right now, and I'm just going to... I need to see it in order to pry it off.
At this point, as you guys are having this conversation, let me see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. At this point, Ace kind of groggily walks his way into the kitchen to see, what the status is on breakfast or whatever his morning routine is. Comes around the corner, and you can see that he's just got a big, happy, stupid grin on his face and a big old tick on the back of his neck.
Oh my gosh, where are these coming from?
Do I see the tick on the back of Ace's neck?
You do.
Alright.
Where? No, man, that's no way to. What?
One moment, please.
I rolled a pretty good insight on Nomad, so I think even though I don't understand what's going on, I trust him.
Yeah, that's
So
valid.
I just am like, oh, whatever you say, friend Nomad. I'm
Yes.
not sure what you're talking about, but I just pull up a seat at the bar.
Okay.
The fuck's on the back of your neck, Nordo?
What's on the back of your neck, little?
Yes. Please do not be alarmed.
I'm always alarmed.
I'm going to try and connect to the tick and telepathic.
Okay, let's see here.
Who it almost succeeded too. Is it dead?
All right, you connect with this tick, and it's strange. Man, how do you even describe? You connect to it, and you feel this mind, but you feel like you've just latched on to a small part of it. You're very familiar with hive minds. You've been part of one before, and you find this little sliver, this nerve ending of this mind, and you crush it. And there's a splatter, and you watch as just this black and red ichor kind of drips down from where this tick has kind of imploded. And this time everyone, for real, sees this tick fall to the ground and curl up like a little dead bug, but it does not dissolve. But there is now a little dead
Really gross.
tick.
Brother Bird, please hold still.
Do I have one too?
If I say yes, will you panic?
Probably not.
Okay, then yes, you do.
Damn.
Wait for Nomad before you do that.
Yeah.
I
Let's wipe your neck.
I just want to talk to him.
Okay.
I'm gonna sit down. I'm gonna say, "Hey, little orc, turn around and come sit on the floor in front of me."
Is this gonna take 10 minutes?
It's gonna take about 10 minutes. Yes.
I don't have a lot of blood.
It's true.
All right.
I just close my eyes and tattoos start moving. I begin casting.
All right. As you kind of cast, you get like a minute or two in. Every now and then you see this tick kind of like, kick its legs around and reposition just a tiny bit. You notice...
Also,
Yeah, go ahead.
sorry, just a small point of order. Do I remember anything differently now
don't.
that the tick is off of me?
Nope.
Okay.
But you see that this tick is kind of repositioning every once in a while, and it's getting bigger, and you also see that the tips of Ace's feathers are starting to go a little gray, about 2 or 3 minutes in.
Well, this might not be working quite as quick as I was hoping.
Do I notice my feathers turning gray?
No, looks totally normal to you.
Should I squish it?
I'll try to squish it.
Yeah.
Sure, give me an attack roll.
Actually, in case it matters, I'm going to make that reckless.
Okay. It might. Go and give me another attack roll. Ace, out of nowhere, Nordo just gets this rage on his face, this red-eyed anger, and reaches out and punches you as hard as he can. And then you look down and you see the corpse of a really big dead tick on the ground, and it doesn't hurt as much as you think it should.
Am I still gray?
You notice that your feathers have kind of started to go a little gray at the tips, just a little bit.
What?
That tick made me old!
No, don't worry. I think you're just dehydrated or a little frayed.
I'm old now.
For the record, you were not that old.
Can I medicine check what happened to me?
You can do
Are
medicine.
there any more of these?
Yes, I check Yule right away.
Oh no!
I'm gonna check Nomad.
Oh, check me.
You guys all very thoroughly check each other, and you're pretty sure that all of you guys are okay. Everyone in that forecastle there.
Hold on, I have an idea. I just make a giant shatter noise to see if it'll attract everyone to come to this room.
So everyone who's not already in the room, you hear a loud shattering noise, like a spell going off. You do notice that Elise kind of comes in, frantically, wide-eyed with her sword and her shield ready.
I just raise a hand and be like, I just need you to come here. And I point at the ticks and I'm like, we may be infected.
Yes, I stand at the door as people stream in and just check them one by one, like a bread line in the Soviet Union.
I rush in, just firing my crossbow wildly.
I just check him for ticks while he's firing.
All right.
What are you guys breaking in here now?
What's going on here?
Everyone!
It's a whole thing. There's ticks that...
I'm old
memories,
now!
Maybe. They've made Ace old.
Someone fix him.
I didn't lose any health though, did I?
1, 1, 2, 2. What's going on
I
here?
fucked that up. Okay. Vasu, give me a perception check. For no particular reason.
Can Shu help?
She's the one with the tick.
Not for this one. Okay.
Does Shu have a tick too?
Everybody comes
Separate
in.
perception check.
Everyone comes in and they
Shu
look
has
clean,
ticks.
except for Vasu, who has one on either side of his neck, and Shu is like freaking out on his shoulder, like trying to peck and scratch at this thing, just like panicking, trying to get rid of it. And Vasu, you feel like Shu has been off all morning, but you can't put your finger on why she's acting so weird.
Why do you keep calling Shu?
Can I
girl?
I don't know.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
I just
What else
launch.
did you-
I just shoot 2 arrows at both of them.
Oh my god.
Please don't. That's my neck.
I attempt.
I just do it without saying anything.
I want to try to
God.
stop Ace from shooting them really quick.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank
okay,
you.
okay.
I just want to talk to him. You understand? Vasadiva, come over here for a second. Just turn around and wait for about 10
Hey-
minutes. I gotta
Hey,
talk
Nomad,
to Shu
no,
about
Nordo,
something.
you're real good at talking to like animals and shit, right? You talk some sense into Shu. He's been bugging me all fucking morning. I can't get any goddamn sleep.
I'm sure I can help you out with that, Vasadiva. Just come take a seat and enjoy some eggs while I'm talking to Shu here.
Did you just offer me eggs?
I'm sorry, I know better. I made you special peppers and potatoes. How's you like?
Thank you. That's very thoughtful.
Nordo's more thoughtful than Zeke. And I will begin casting Speak with Animals again to try to talk with this tick on Vasu's neck.
All right. You do.
Can
notice,
I also use my ranger thingamajig to talk to him as too?
So, yes. Ace, you start trying to get some sort of initial sense off of what this thing is, what it wants, its basic feelings, emotions, and as you try to, like, reason with it and start to make a connection to its animal brain, it doesn't behave or think or feel like an animal to you. It seems to ignore you entirely. You suddenly begin to get the impression that this thing is not a natural beast. It is something strange.
I don't think these are animals.
Yeah, and Nordo, you get about a minute in, and you can see that the color... At first, it looked like Vasu was just really tired, but you can see that the bags under his eyes are starting to, like, visibly get darker, and you can see that his arm is starting to shake a little bit.
Well, as soon as Ace informs me that these aren't beasts, then I give up on that anyway.
They seem to
Well,
be
I
more
guess
like
we'll just-
aberrations.
Squish this one too, you think? I mean, I feel like we should... I don't know, let's just squish it.
Squish what? What are you talking about?
Just hold on a second, you'll find out. And I squish it.
All right, give me a couple of attack rolls.
Here, have an eggplant.
Eggplant.
Those are things people eat, right?
What's your AC, Vasu?
It's 19.
You see Nordo reach out and try to, like, straight up break your fucking neck. You dodge the first one, but then he does, like, a sweeping tackle at your legs,
Oh God,
pins you,
please!
and just punches straight to the back of your head. You actually, like, for a moment black out, but then when you open your eyes, you don't feel any pain, but you see that there is a really large dead tick kind of squashed on the ground right next to you. And everybody
This is
is
for
like
the
looking
second
weird
one.
at you like they still want to hit you.
I'm gonna fire an arrow at the other one.
Alright. Let's see. Go and give me an attack.
Was that on me?
Do I have advantage because he's not inactive in battle yet?
Sure. Go for it.
There's gonna be one more little pinch here, don't worry.
As soon as you get up, Nordo says that threatening line. And then Ace walks up with a bow and just like execution style shoots you straight in the face. You black
God,
out.
this is not gonna die, is it?
You black out again and somehow wake up feeling okay. And now you can see that there is another dead tick pinned to the wall between you, where Elise and Flick are both kind of like, stepping aside to not get hit by it.
I'll just kind of stare at these two dead ticks for a moment. And then I like stand up straight and take a deep breath and close my eyes and kind of spread my arms and be like, okay, if there are any more on me, take them off now, make it quick.
I try and catch Shu.
Okay.
Just with a net?
Shu is not really sure
Yeah.
what to believe, but
I hastily fashion a net of some kind and I attempt to catch Shu.
okay. You like grab a shirt or a shawl or something and just try to bag her. I guess give me athletics. Oh, that'll work.
Wait, that was an int check for the dex.
I feel like we need to find out where these came from. Do you think they were in the cot room?
I think they came from
Sleeping
this
area?
little fucker. And I start shaking Shu like a torch.
She does break free pretty easily, actually. She's very nimble. Very dexterous.
Stop misgendering my owl.
Key, I'm so sorry.
It's 2019. You
I
can't
know.
do that.
I'm sorry.
It's
This may be my fault. I don't know that these didn't come in here on those geese.
oh my gosh.
Does anyone else have? Hey, everyone who wasn't checked needs to be checked.
Yeah, you guys like
Right,
round
We checked everywhere.
everyone up, and as far as you can tell, thoroughly checking everyone. Everyone up here is tick free, and that is everyone
What
on the ship.
about? Oh, not idiot the Maranat as well.
Yeah, they're up here too, and they both appear to be clean.
I want to just gather the tick bodies and like put them all in one place in plain view.
Sure. Easy enough.
So, friends and friends, these ticks were a part of a hive mind. I do not know where their core, if you will, lives.
The same one that Shu is from.
Chu is from the underworld. I do not know if they have hive minds there. Perhaps they.
So we need
there's
to.
some giant tick somewhere that's all of their leader.
Possibly. I'm concerned that it's still on the ship.
As
should
soon as you
search
say
the
that,
ship.
Nordo runs out the door to go look for giant ticks.
I follow him because Nordo. Because when they latch onto us, we can't see them. We need to make sure that we're in groups.
Yes, pairs.
Probably
Smart.
3. Groups of 3, maybe?
3 sounds good.
We should also probably find some place or some way to curtain at least one person off so that we'll always have somebody who is free.
What about Toto? Toto, he's an animal.
Yeah,
that's true.
Can't latch onto him.
I will
That we know
instruct Toto to always to attack anyone that has a tick.
No, attack the tick. Attack the tick, not people.
Clarify, attack the tick.
All right.
Excellent.
If
Noted.
anyone is infected. If you can't remove the tick, kill them. Be done with it.
I
Maybe
will allow.
Gale, maybe perhaps instead, if you have a tick on us, Toto will come and bark at us so that we know he warns us first, and then we can allow him to take the tick off.
Well, that's when he's gonna be barking when he's attacking the tick anyways.
Yes, but
Pretty
I'd
much.
rather not just turn a corner and get attacked by him. I'd rather him let me know.
This is going to be like that Mr. Poopy Butthole episode of Rick and Morty where we all like, don't realize that we have ticks.
He was a real friend all along. And Nomad just raises his arms up. Okay, do not be alarmed, everyone. But we must fumigate the ship. Does anyone have poison? Lots of poison.
I pull out my 2 insect repellents and I light
Excellent.
them in here. I will light one in the kind of like kitchen
Please don't.
dining room area,
Okay.
Our
Maybe
food.
and
after.
then one in the bedroom.
Okay.
Yeah.
You light one in the kitchen area, and you kind of wait for it to fill out through the room and see if anything happens. And not much happens. You light
I just
one.
let it sit and burn.
Yeah, just
they
let it
last
burn.
for several hours.
Perfect. You take one down to the cot room, and you light it. Who's going with? I know you guys were sticking in groups of 3.
Yeah.
I figured that Nordo, Ace, and Gale could go together.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The 3 of you
There's,
guys
like,
go down to the
we're all
cot room, and you kind of set up this handle, and you wait. And after like 30 or 40 seconds, there's just this skitter of a tick, about half the size of the ones that you've seen. Like it's not fully inflated or engorged yet.
Gale screams
chase.
and then starts doing this.
Shoots him.
Firing, just rapid fire.
The first one's all it takes. You kind of kick through the door and you just start panic firing, and you splat this tick dead right on the door here, as it's trying to squeeze under the crack.
He fires several unnecessary rounds into it.
Perfect. As the door opens and you guys kind of get out to check the body, you hear more skittering, and like 2 or 3 of them jump out of the wagon and start running towards this hallway.
I'm gonna shoot. Can I shoot both of them? I'm not sure how initiative works right now.
We're kind
or
of-
should I just? I can
We're
just
kind
do
of
one?
free right now because these things are like one-shot kills. Go and give me a couple attack rounds. Oh yeah, you guys are fine. You guys kind of intercept the 2 or 3 that jump out of the wagon, squash them, shoot them, pin them, kind of fumigate this area.
All right. Looks like we got to keep going. Looks like every room might be infected.
Yeah, once we kind of feel satisfied in this room, I'll pick up the incense, kind of covering my nose to block the smell, and I'll move it to another room and just
I'm gonna take.
big sweep of it.
I'm gonna take some thick leather I have, like just some scraps, and I'm gonna like wrap it around my neck so that I have like protection on the back of my neck.
Okay. All right, you guys kind of move from room to room down here, and there are a couple more ticks that kind of get shooed out of here, and you squash them easily enough. They all seem to be like running towards an escape. A couple of them run towards a window, realize it's glass, and can't make it out. After maybe 30 or 40 minutes of thoroughly sweeping, you feel like you've got everything on the ship. You've at least got all the rooms and stuff.
I will never feel safe again. So we're all just rocking, covered in tick blood.
But I've been able to like catch one in I don't know, like
Yeah.
a bottle or a vial or something.
Sure. Give me a slight. No, just give me a dexterity check.
Can I help him?
Sure. Yeah, you find yourself like a glass bowl or a jar or something, and just kind of bring it down on top of one, and you are able to trap it.
Excellent.
It kind of
That's
just
right.
like makes these awful chittering noises as it runs circles around the jar until eventually it runs out of energy.
I just want to inspect it. Like, I know I'm suspicious that it's not actually a beast, but do I have any idea what this thing is?
Give me a nature check. Or an arcana
Can I make one
check.
as well?
Yeah, nature or arcana.
Can I do my 1 per day ping?
Sure. What is your 1 per day ping?
It's the thing that detects the aberrations ETC.
Right. What's the range on that?
30 feet.
Okay. Nordo, you're not really sure. Ace, you're not really sure, but as you look at it, the front of it, the face of it, for lack of a better term, is a little weird to you. It's got like these 2 or 3 sets of like these kind of like tiny tentacles almost, like tiny little baby tentacles surrounding its mouth. Nordo, you pop your aberration sense, and you get a ping from...
Nomad.
Or sorry, Nomad, you do your aberration sense, and you get a ping from above you as you're standing on the deck of the ship.
Above. Nomad just says above.
What's above?
Above, and I run upstairs, firing my gun.
Don't shoot at no!
Yeah,
The balloon!
You get up top, and you don't get any...
Careful of the balloon.
You don't get any... You don't see anything up here.
So I'm going to follow my senses.
It's in the balloon, and I shoot the balloon.
No, wait!
Nice.
I try to push the like bow gun down. No, wait!
Same.
Gale, as an engineer, you should know better.
Let's use our heads here.
I should, but I don't.
It's okay.
The whole
people...
balloon's full of ticks.
Oh no! People panic. Vasu, perhaps you could check above the balloon? Is that where I'm getting the ping?
Yeah, once you hit the deck of the ship, it still seems to be coming from above you somewhere.
Yes, above.
Maybe fly up wide so you're not too close to the balloon.
I
it
don't
jumps
know.
up.
You gotta tell me what you're detecting up there, because if you're detecting a bunch of fucking bugs or something, I'm not going up there alone.
Yeah,
Sorry,
is it just
it's
one?
paranoid. I had 2 of those goddamn things on.
That's fair.
How long does your ping last? Or is it just like a one-time ping?
It's a 10-minute thing.
Oh,
yeah.
it's that. Okay. Yeah, when
Yeah.
you get to the deck of the ship, the 1 ping turns into 3 pings, turns into 10 pings, turns into like 20 or 30 pings, all coming from above.
Oh, there's like 47 of them up there. If you get...
Nah, I'm gonna stay down here.
So the thing about a hive mind is if you take out the main Source: the rest tend to lose aim. Some of them even die. I do not know if that's the case here. My players do not die.
Can we see anything from on top of the deck, or does it feel like it's on top of the balloon?
You guys look up to the balloon, and a couple of you with keener eyes do notice a couple of ticks that are crawling up and down the lines.
Oh, where are they coming from? Did they come from the clouds? We've been in the air all this time.
Do they look like the bugs that we pass by the spires?
Not really.
Those things were like weird scorpion dragonflies.
These are ticks. Gross ticks.
We didn't see any on the geese, did we?
No.
Oh man. I'm going to go check on the kobolds and make sure they're safe so they don't like randomly drop dead from age.
Yeah, for the record, you check on the people that have kind of been bit. And the symptoms look necrotic, but it doesn't look like they're miraculously, like, aging. It just looks like they kind of had a little life drained out of them.
Drink some water. Stay in this room. It's safe here. All of the weird tick things are upstairs. We will try and...
Yeah, you do a once-over with Toto's help, and Toto's able to confirm that you guys are all clean.
And you said they're crawling down, like, on the lines of the balloon?
It looks like, yeah, there's one that's, like, crawling down the line, and another one that's, like, retreating up the line to the top of the balloon.
I'm going to, like, telepathic assault as many as I can see.
Sure, yeah, you're able to, like, snipe one or two of them on the lines, and you watch as they fall off.
Do these things look like they're just, like, in the air around here? Do I see any just, like, falling around?
Give me a perception check.
Oh my god. You think they're flying?
Mercifully, as you take a really good look around, and as you kind of study the body of the one that you've got in a jar, you don't see any wings, and you don't think they can fly.
Are there any landforms around here that were like that we drove by?
So you guys are currently here. You guys just passed by that small snowy island where you met the geese, and you can see ahead of you. You guys have actually you've moved like right along here by this snowy island. You're kind of along the coast.
Do I still see any birds around? Geese or otherwise?
Not currently, but there have been.
Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and start to speak with animals in case I see a bird in the next, like, 10 minutes.
Tell the bird to, like, fuck off, don't come close.
Just to ask them if they've seen these bugs before, if they know what they are.
A couple more crawl down the rope. You intercept them, shoot them off.
Ugh. Okay, friends. We need to get rid of whatever is leading them. I can only make one other person fly. Aside from Vasu, who can fly on his own and shoot.
We only have one option.
Crash the ship.
We have to
everything.
abandon the ship.
You know?
It has to be purged. This is the only way.
I think we can deal with this with precision and grace.
Hey, Elise.
Yeah.
Have you heard of anything like this before?
Let me check. Not anything this big. I've heard of, giant ticks and stuff, but this is really gross. Nothing like this. What are we gonna do about it? We can't do this.
Hey, Moat. Could we all just, like, go under deck and then have you, like, make this ship, like, sway side to side and shake them off?
I mean, we could give it a try.
Sorry. How about... Yes. I also go over to Flick and I'm like, Flick, this is a stupid idea. Does this sound smart?
I mean, typically rocking the boat's a bad idea.
I am concerned the lines will break.
The lines aren't magic, are they? Just the balloon?
Just the balloon. That's not entirely true. The lines do get a little bit of just basic protection based on the fact that they're enchanted, but like it's literally just giving them a little more AC and damage threshold.
I mean, if they can't fly, I don't know why Vasu doesn't just move away from the balloon and fly up and see if he can see like a giant bug or something up there.
I mean, even if he does see a giant bug up there, like, where the fuck did it come from?
I do not know. Like, we've been in the air the entire time.
It could have gotten on there when we landed to get the body.
It's true. But on the balloon, and not on the
Didn't
ship itself.
Chi-Chi, or I mean, Death Dragon Chariot Boy, say that he saw some weird cloud thing come towards him before we came back out?
Yeah, he said he blew on it.
And he, yeah.
A couple
What
more
if
climb down the ropes.
that was-
Ah, to hell with this. Everybody to the center of the ship.
What are we going to do? Please do not send us to hell.
Yeah.
Those are good.
Flick masterfully peels them off the ropes.
Alright, once everybody gets to the center of the ship, we're gonna say, alright, we're gonna lose altitude
Oh
real
no!
quick.
Oh no!
No.
But
If you cut the ropes, I'm stabbing you.
Please
Please
it'll
don't
be
stop.
fine. Don't worry about it.
No.
I lean down and I scrawl in a couple of inscriptions onto the back of the ship.
All right.
And I am going to cast Reduce
Oh
on
no.
the ship.
Oh fuck! Hang on.
And hopefully just cause, since we're in the center of the ship will shrink to the center where we are, and everything else that was on the sides will just fall off because the ship will be no longer there.
As a creature or object you can see within range, grow larger or smaller for the duration. An object that is neither worn nor carried.
We're not carrying or wearing it.
The balloon is being carried. The ship is not being worn or carried. If the target is... There is no size limit on this. What the fuck?
There isn't.
What the fuck?
Yeah, remember in fucking Tomb of Annihilation, I shrunk the boat,
Oh, you're right. Okay, so
Like-
let's...
killed those dudes.
So here's the thing. I don't know if the ship will shrink, but the balloon won't. Because that won't change anything other.
Well, the whole thing is the airship, which is what I'm targeting.
The
Entire
entire
airship object.
What about the elemental that's trapped in the balloon? Won't he not shrink and maybe rip out of the balloon?
I mean, he's not big enough to fit in the balloon totally, so...
True.
My immediate concern is when the balloon shrinks. Oh no!
We did it.
The insects will fall down the sides right onto. Then let's see that rains insects on.
So, as it
The
begins...
balloon's above us, so we're fine.
As it begins raining insects all around you, this is definitely going to be initiative. Let me pull that up, and you can do that while I get the map working.
Okay.
I love
Ship is
this.
too small. I don't think this is the right size, Meg.
So there is... Each of those is a 5-foot tile. Feel free to put yourselves wherever you want.
I told you guys to get close.
Everybody was in the center, so you guys can kind of like position yourself somewhere safely.
The ship is now kobold-sized.
Yeah, I actually kind of like it.
It's
cozy.
kind of cute. It's real cozy. And all according to plan, all around you, to the left and the right, probably something in the ballpark to 30 to 40 of these ticks just begin raining off of the sides, falling helplessly.
This is a round balloon.
However,
This is the worst encounter you've ever made.
I
Beck.
wasn't really even comfortable planning it, but I had to do it because of how uncomfortable it made me. But wait, it gets better.
No, it doesn't.
As all of these ticks are raining down all around you, one of them, about the size of like a medium-sized dog, you see it just like drop this giant black spot that rushes past as gravity catches hold of it. And then there is a flick and the unmistakable noise of a pair of wings spreading. And like a beetle, it flops over and clings to the side of the ship here, and you see little ticks immediately start crawling out from its underbelly.
Oh, God, it gets worse. Back.
I quit this campaign.
Yeah, me too. I'm out. Sorry, guys.
I immediately just jump overboard and
No.
just die.
Also, it is
It's okay.
11:30. Do we want to pick this up next week?
I want to kill this
For a
thing
little
now. I do
bit.
not want to do this next time.
You know,
I
we have to
hate-
deal with this now.
I hate this entirely, but I'm going to keep going for a little bit.
Alright.
In the hopeful chance of not ever having to deal with anything like this ever again.
Yeah, maybe we'll level up.
Who
Certainly
knows?
deserve it.
I don't think we're gonna level up from sheer horror alone. I love it. I love this turmoil that you put us through. Just a
I
small
hate it.
part of me.
I'm so sorry. Okay, let's do this shit.
No, you're not. It's a lie.
Ace, you were the first to respond as this thing clings.
Oh
Yeah,
my
there you go.
god, it rolled a 19!
Oh,
So
yeah.
fast! You have advantage! Oh no!
Does that hit or no?
12.
If it doesn't hit, I'm adding sneak attack to my next attack.
Yeah, 12 misses.
Oh,
25 hits though for 23 damage. There is just this massive spray of dark red that flies out the backside of this enormous bulbous abdomen as an arrow pierces. However, you can see that as you pierce through it, several small ticks pour their way out of the wounds into adjacent spaces.
Stop. No. Kuyashi?
All
But that-
right.
That's my turn, I guess.
See
Okay.
all
Well,
of these ticks. Toto's
If
eyes
I
go
move away
red.
from this tick, does it get an attack of opportunity against me since it just spit out?
No, so the little ticks need to be in your space to attack. The big one could probably opportunity attack, but you're not next to it.
I'm going to move over here next to you then.
Alright. So, the big one... Oh boy, let's see here. Oh, I forgot to do a thing. Okay, I'll remember to do it now.
It does more things.
Oh, it does so many things that I forgot. This is great. Okay, so this thing, now that it lands, you can see it looks similar to the other ticks, but its head is just this tiny little wrinkled, shriveled face with these like 8 to 10 beady black eyes and a bunch of tentacles, not terribly unlike Nomad. And you can see he spreads these tentacles wide, revealing this tiny little beaked mouth, and out of the beaked mouth come these 4 long, thin, barbed black tentacles. 2 of them rush over to Flick, 1 rushes to Toto, and 1 rushes to Moat. So these 2 are on Flick. This one is on Toto. 25, I think, hits. I don't know if he's immune to
It
psychic.
sure does. I think he is immune to psychic. If he's not, he should be.
And then this one is on Moat. 14 misses, fortunately, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. And then, Flick and Moat can take opportunity attacks, and actually so can Toto, as it skitters down the side of the ship and tries to hide under the ship.
That's bullshit.
But the 3 of you can
He's
take
not
opportunity
immune to
attacks.
psychic damage.
That is weird.
Do you want to errata that for me?
No, no thanks.
Can sneak be on opportunity attacks? I don't
Yeah,
remember.
absolutely. Oh boy, okay. And then Toto can take an opportunity attack if he wants.
I dislike this.
Okay, so several things happen now that I remember everything that happens here. The first thing that happens is Flick slams a sword into this thing as it turns around to try to flee. And as it does, it lets out this horrible, awful wail psychically that all of you can hear, Nomad especially strongly. Nomad, as you hear it especially strongly, I need you to give me a Constitution saving throw as you share the pain with this creature. That seems to
Ow.
temporarily adopt you into its hive mind.
No, stop!
Alright,
I'm an orphan.
You do fight it off, fortunately. Flick, you pull the sword back having done 16 to it.
There's the episode title.
I missed it. What was it?
No, stop, I'm an orphan.
Moat tries to capitalize on this opportunity and swings Legacy. This thing ducks out of the way, but Moat, you see it turn its little head and concentrate on you with all of its beady little eyes mid-swing, and your swing keeps going, and I need you to re-roll that attack on Toto.
Oh no. Come on, moat roll.
Has a 14 hit Toto?
I think that misses.
All
Just
right.
barely.
And
Yeah,
this thing
just barely misses.
This thing skitters the fuck down to the keel. He wants nothing to do with all this. That makes it Gale's turn. Oh, right, I forgot to mention when Flick did hit it, a couple more ticks popped out, of course.
Oh my god. Hitting it produces more ticks! It's so bad!
Oh, okay.
They all have their adjectives.
God. So we saw it kind of like fly down and it flew under the ship.
Yeah, so it started to fall, and then it caught itself. It seems to have some wings that it can use every now and then. Flew over to the side of the ship, but just now it just crawled. It skittered down the side of the ship. I mean, there's nothing saying it didn't start flying after that, but it initially skittered.
Alright, I'm gonna run through Flick's place and kind of lean over the edge. Can I see this thing?
Yeah, you have to like peek over it, but you can kind of look down at an angle and see around the keel. And it is kind of just stopped near the bottom, near one of the windows, and it seems to be trying to get in one of the windows.
Oh, I don't like it.
Okay. I am going to. Oh, God, dude. I can't decide if I should do the smart thing or the fun thing. I guess I'll.
Do the Gale thing.
I will stick with the smart thing for now, and I will cast Arcane Weapon.
Oh.
Is that concentration?
It is.
So the ship will instantly
The
resume.
ship will. Oh, that's right. Do we need the ship shrunk anymore?
I don't think it should be shrunk anymore.
I'm gonna keep the ship shrunk a little bit longer, and I'm just gonna shoot this thing
Alright.
twice.
Oh boy, the 26 hits for 5. And let me read a thing real quick.
More ticks, huh?
You ever just talk about bugs and then feel bugs everywhere?
Oh my
even though
god,
there
I've
aren't
been
bugs?
fucking scratching
Yes.
myself for 30 minutes. I hate this.
I fucking hate it.
Alright, the first shot lands solid, and you see a couple of ticks fly out the back and then immediately fall to their doom. However, this thing turns around and looks at you, Gale, and you feel your muscles lock up as he swings the gunbow to your left, and I need you to reroll the second attack on Moat.
This is for Toto.
Oh, I think 22
Yeah.
hits.
Yeah, it does.
Oh no, Moat!
Yeah. Moat, you just watch this glazed over expression in Gale's eyes as he picks himself up off the edge of the ship, fires, and then immediately realizes what he's done.
Hey, what the fuck?
Sorry. You hit my dog.
I missed your dog.
Toto, attack. Toto's
Nope.
gonna attack the tick that's on Moat.
Alright, fire away. Yeah, that is a hit. Squashes it real easy. Let's see. Elise is gonna run over, and she's just gonna try to chop this one next to Flick. That'll do it. Brings us to Nordo.
Okay. The vile one is on the bottom of the boat, right? He's not actually right there.
Yeah, he's currently on the side of the boat.
What is he, like melee range if you walk up to the side of the boat?
If you had a reach weapon, because the ship is reduced, you could probably hit it, but only with a reach weapon.
Nah, I don't have any reach. No worries. I will just start stomping bugs, I reckon. We'll start with Messy.
Alright.
You grab me by the legs. I might be long enough to be a reach.
That is plenty. You just pick this thing up, or, well, smash it with your foot. Oh, yeah, that one is a goner.
Really
So
hate
it's
that
running
one.
over to Elise, and you just, like, smash it. Alright, that brings
That's
us to, you'll see. You just saw this thing run away down the side of the ship. Gale is trying to reach over and shoot it. Is he here? Yule. Sochi.
Hold on, give me a second.
Okay.
Skip me for a second.
Okay, we'll jump to Vasu.
Ah, jeez. Okay. Vasu is very tempted to just spend a charge of his cloak and just dash off into the sunset. That's what all they did. But instead, I'm gonna kind of fly overboard a little bit and then go down.
Is your mic up? You're coming through kind of quiet.
Yes, it is.
There
Thank
we
you.
go.
But instead of doing that, Voss is gonna man up a bit and kind of fly overboard until I can see this giant, awful, horrible fucking thing that's clinging to the bottom of our ship or whatever. And what's a bravery check? Is that more like Constitution or Wisdom?
So if it was my world, it would be charisma, but in D&D, for some reason, they use wisdom.
This is your world.
That would make more sense because
Alright,
it's
cool.
more mind than your ability to talk to people.
Well, charisma is not just your ability to talk; it's your like sense of self,
It's like force
your
of will and
bravery.
personality.
Like paladins are charisma, and paladins, on my mind, are like the definition of dumb bravery. But anyway,
That's fair.
you're good.
Either way, Vasu is feeling brave enough to fly at least within 10 feet of this thing, and I'm going to make a weapon attack at it from reach.
All right, where you at? For no particular reason.
Kind of toward the bottom of the ship, wherever I gotta be to stab at this thing
Okay.
from 10 feet away.
All right.
Still underneath it.
I hope a 27 hits.
27?
Yeah, I'm not underneath it.
27
I
does
don't
hit.
want this thing to like fall on my fucking face.
Are you sure? Because he would probably do that if you wanted.
I'm very sure. Thank you.
7 piercing, and you do watch as a couple of ticks skitter out of the wounds and start crawling up the side of the ship.
Oh god, I hate that. And then I'm gonna back up a little bit. I'm going to use a bonus action. Definitely making sure. Let's see what's the range on this. Okay, yeah, I've got a 30-foot range on this, so I'm going to take as much of that as I can. I'm flying literally 30 feet away from the ship and this thing. I'm going to use a bonus action to kind of bend some water up from the ocean or the air around us, and I'm going to whip out at it and try to just pluck it off the side of the ship. I need it to make a deck save.
All right. Yeah, the ocean's a little far, but you can kind of condense some of the mist and snow into this watery whip.
I don't care where I'm getting the water from. I just want this thing off of our fucking airship. Oh no, it's
18. I think it's good. Okay.
Yeah, my save is only 14 for that right now, I think.
Woo. All right.
Yeah. That's terrifying.
Yeah, as this whip lashes out
does
towards it,
take some damage, I think, but it doesn't get like cold.
Gotcha. You do see as the whip lashes out towards it, it does like kind of split its carapace in half, and you can see that there are a couple of beetle-like wings that it uses to just real quick flit to the side and then flick back to avoid it. And then while he's rolling damage, Yule, you good?
Yeah.
All right, you're up.
All right. Okay, I want to run over if I can.
Yeah, there's enough room to kind of like look over the edge next to Gale because you're real small. Or over there, that's fine.
Yeah. How many can I see if I look down?
So if you look down over the edge, you can see the one big one and a couple of smaller ones that are skittering up towards you real fast.
Perfect. Well, I'm gonna try out my new spell.
Ooh. Okay.
So, what are you guys doing for school? You have a girlfriend? And I directed all of them.
Oh my god. There's just the smell of cranberries and sadness that kind of wafts from you'll see. And this thing, it's an int save. What is it, wisdom?
Yeah.
What's your DC?
I don't know.
If it's 15, you're good. If it's lower than 15, it's good.
15.
Sick. Okay. This thing, it seems threatened by your questions. It seems to actually be intelligent enough to kind of understand them. And at first, it just can't tell if you're telling a joke, but then there's just this morbid, primal fear that everyone has when their grandparents start asking questions at Thanksgiving. And it has to start dashing away from you. And it also, I believe it drops everything it's holding and becomes frightened for the duration. Perfect.
It's holding all those ticks, so it drops them all, right?
It's holding the boat.
You know what? I'll say that some of them are being manually held in. You just see this cloud of little ticks drops off of it, like it's just shit its pants, but ticks instead. Okay. Anything else? All right. That brings us to Nomad.
This is a terrible experience for every one of my friends. But this is quite normal in the Underdark. I'm going to just can I like lean over here real quick and then go back so I can
Yeah. You can pass through it friendlies as difficult terrain.
So I glide over here and I take off my boot. And then I like put my Mind Flayer orb in the boot and I concentrate. And I summon just 4 chanclas. To just beat this.
Perfect.
This is a 3rd level spell. I don't think any of them hit. Why is the chancla so shitty?
The 4th one will hit. However, some things happen. The first thing that happens as you step over to the ship, it doesn't have any mechanical impacts yet, but it might if it continues. With the entire crew of this ship on one side of it, and because it's only 10 feet across, the ship is starting to lean very heavily to one side. Nordo and Moat and Elise, especially in their heavy plate armor, are kind of having a little bit of a difficult time balancing. The second thing that happens is that the first 3 weapons all attack each other. You watch as 3 of these 4 Shanklas start just beating each other, and they each take 1 point of damage. The fourth one, however, does hit for 8.
I feel like that's not how physics works.
I think they're immune to like psychic damage, psychic too. So
They are literally attacking each other. So if it is psychic damage and they're immune to psychic damage, then yes.
no, I mean like if this is like a mind control effect, they're literally just weapons.
That's a good point.
Not constructs even. They're like just weapons.
Yeah, I'll take a look and see if see what happens if it becomes relevant. Anything else on your turn?
Sure. I go back here. I'm just gonna leave them here to attack. Actually, are they constructs? Let me cast the spell again. I did use a 3rd level spell slot for this one.
I think you're right. I think they aren't technically creatures, or at least they don't count for the purposes of flanking or something. I don't know. We'll sort it out later.
Yeah. Here you go. I have cast a spell. But there are 4.
Oh, they're immune to psychic. Okay, yeah. Nothing in there says that they're creatures, so I think you're right. So they're fine.
Yeah.
Just 3 of them missed.
Floating there.
Tick's turn. The Tick's are going to crawl up and try to latch onto the... so this first one is on Yule. Does a 15 hit you, Yule?
Yes.
Give me a Constitution saving throw.
What if instead I...
It's okay, give me a D8. Okay. I think that turns it into a 10, which I think misses you, right?
Yep, by 1.
Alright. Just barely misses. So this thing starts crawling up your arm, and it gets to your neck, and it's just about to bite in. You pull out this stick of disgusting black licorice, and it bites the licorice instead of you. Which means let's go to Moat. 12, I'm pretty sure, is a miss on Moat.
Yeah, it is.
Alright. Then that takes us to Flick.
Alright, I'm going to lean over the edge here so I can see the giant. And I'm going to shoot 2 Eldritch Blast at it, because I can do that.
Hell yes.
I believe in you.
The 26 does hit for 5 force. However, as is customary,
God damn these rolls.
I need you to redirect the second one to Toto.
Oh no, Toto. Disadvantage at least, right?
Yes, because it is ranged, so that's a disadvantage.
Roll again.
16? I think that still hits Toto.
Sure does.
Alright, 8 force damage. With that said, you see a couple more ticks fly out of its backside and fall to their death. And this thing is looking pretty bad. You actually see that one of the wings has kind of fallen off, as well as a couple of its legs. It's barely holding on to the side of the ship.
Good.
And that brings us to Moat.
We can kill it. We can do it.
How far down is this big guy?
He's about 10 feet down. If you were to go to the main deck where Gale is, you could probably reach him with a reach weapon.
Okay, so I will peek over the edge here, and I don't have a spell for this yet, so I apologize. But I will cast Compel Duel on him, so
Excellent.
he needs a Wisdom save. He's good.
Oh dang.
Alright, you see it kind of locks eyes with you for a moment, but is able to fight off the urge to come duel you.
And then for my main action, I will just attack this tick next to me.
Oh my god, I always forget it's a bonus action. That's so good for a bonus action. Alright, fire away.
Of course, I crit the tick.
Of course. That is plenty more than enough. That tick is gone. Alright, that brings us back to Ace.
I'm going to bonus action hide.
Alright.
Then I'm going to pop over here, and I'm going to shoot the tick. The big one.
It seems to have kept track of you.
Oh my god.
It seems ready for you as you pop over the edge, so there is no advantage from stealth.
And no one's within melee. Or the swords don't give me, like,
Yeah, they
sneak
don't give
attack, do they?
sneak, unfortunately.
And no one's close enough?
Correct.
I made sure to stay out of reach of this thing. I hope. I'm not getting within 5
Boy.
feet.
27 is still a solid hit, however. For 7 plus 2 is 9. Oh my god. It has 1 health. It's still up.
It's its turn.
And it's its turn. What can it do? Oh, that's right.
It's afraid.
It is afraid, that's right. It's afraid of Grandma. Okay, it has to just fly, yeah.
With one wing.
It's gonna fly poorly. Alright, yeah, this thing is terrified. It has no other choice. It kicks off the side of the ship, and you see it kind of like flying in weird circles with a busted wing. Down and down and down.
Does it fly in such a way that I get an opportunity attack?
30
no,
feet toward you?
It's
I
definitely...
can attack from reach? Oh, that's right. I did fly pretty far away.
Yeah, you flew 30 feet away. It basically goes straight down and then an angle. And yeah, it's what is its fly speed? It's pretty good, I think. Okay, you might be able to reach it actually because you've got that fancy movement thing. And a lot of you guys are still in range actually. So it fly rate dash, so that makes it 130 feet down.
Oh my god, hard turn.
Alright. That brings us to Gale. This thing seems to be fucking off. It wants nothing to do with this.
Can you even hit it?
I have disadvantage because I have 100 and 400 range.
Oh.
It's also light outside, so you had disadvantage anyways.
It's true. I don't happen to see Piero anywhere, do I?
Give me a luck check. It has been almost 10 days. No, you don't.
We see Fierro somewhere else in the cutscene that take attachment. Dead.
19 is enough to finish it off. Gale kind of leans up, inhales, steadies his breath, lines up the shot, and there's just a crack. Pierces through this thing. You watch as the last wing kind of flies off. The whole thing goes still and limp. The legs spread, and then far, far below, there's a land with a splash. A little speck of white in the churning sea below. And you can see that immediately the one tick that remained on Yule shrivels up and falls onto the ground, seeming to be dead.
I do fire that second shot.
Just in case. It does hit as well.
And then I will go back to the center of the ship and I'll scrub off the writing and return the ship to its proper side.
Alright.
I have a follow-up question on that.
Sure.
How is the wagon that was underneath? It was inside the ship.
Barely fit. Good question. That is also true. Oh my god, there's actually probably some structural damage to a couple things.
We'll fix it. We'll fix it. Don't worry.
Yeah, the cart, there's enough room for it still. Oh my god, okay, I'm gonna have to like go room to room here real quick.
My cabbages, are they okay?
I need to be careful not to set precedent here because this has like very dangerous powers.
I might regret asking this, but are the engines considered to be part of the ship?
They are. The engines are affixed to the ship, fortunately. So is the stove. It's a permanent fixture, the shelves and everything, the chairs that are mounted. This table has probably just been scattered throughout the room. The wagon is fine. This bed is probably crushed. Or at least, like, kind of snapped in two. and some of the supplies in this closet have probably been sprung out through the door and need to be cleaned out. But, you know, it's okay. You guys are alright. Everything's okay. There's no more ticks.
I was ordered to throw that bed off the boat as soon as I found it, so
Oh,
it's
that's
not really
right.
there.
Good call. Good call.
Boat told me in no uncertain terms to get that boat off his or that bed off his ship.
Correct.
Well, time to sweep up all the dead tick bodies.
Is the one in my jar still dead?
Yes, that one has died.
Good. I still keep it in a jar.
Alright.
Can we pickle it?
Gross.
Keep it preserved?
Probably has a brain.
I don't wanna-
Science.
Yes, science. So it was type 2. The killing of the queen or whatever killed everything. Excellent.
Alright, we gotta wrap up soon. But just for my planning purposes, as you guys kind of wrap up the day, the rest of the day goes pretty smoothly, smooth sailing. But you do have 2 options, or I guess kind of 3. You can either sail over this land directly to your south, which appears to be another snowy island, but you can see that there are these bright specks of blue on the horizon on this island. Hard to tell exactly what they are, just these giant, tall, blue objects. Or there's an island to the east that appears to be kind of verdant and green, and you can see there's kind of just this rolling grayish cloud over it. Hard to tell exactly what it is.
More ticks.
Who knows? And then beyond that, a very large island that, based on your directions from 3Mies before, is probably larval fin. So do you guys want to like cut straight through over the ocean, stick to the coast to the south, or stick to the coast to the east as you approach?
Which option has less ticks?
All 3. I'll take the option that lets us recover the most mana.
Do I see any obvious danger in any of these directions?
Give me a perception check, I guess. You can tell that there is, as you're watching this cloud over the island to the east, you can tell that it probably is wildlife of some sort. Either a large flock of birds or bugs or something to that nature. To the south, you can tell that there are some bizarre wind patterns that are kind of catching some of the snow. And whatever these blue things are, they emit a little bit of light, which should suggest to you that they might have some sort of magical effect. It's kind of up to you to interpret whether or not either of those sounds like danger.
Well, I see what might be birds or might be bugs to the east, and I'm inclined to avoid bugs at all costs. So I'd say we either go by way of the strange glowing blue magic snow island, or just stay over the ocean, stay clear of it all.
I would like someplace warm.
The blue place looks pretty.
It wouldn't hurt to go near it just to make sure we're not missing anything important. I mean, it could have a bunch of magic items, or it could just be really pretty, I don't know. But I just like seeing all there is to see. Personally.
So swing by Blue Icy Land.
Sounds like a plan. I'll prep for that. We'll pick up there next week. I apologize. I hate bugs. I hated everything about that encounter, but it was great.
Hated it.
Really,
Do
really.
we level up again just for the trauma?
No, you guys don't. You guys don't level up again. But at least the ticks are gone, as far as you know.
The ticks are
They
gone.
fucking
I got
better
ticks
be.
with animals.
And I got to use the geese. I wasn't sure if I was ever going to use the goose block, but it got used.
Yeah. Attack Gale.